Europe, good morning WordPress world, good morning Torino, buongiorno. In about 1 minute, we're going to start with our lightning talks. So, and they are fast, so don't miss them, don't blink, and come into the track 1, so you see our 3 lightning talk speakers, and it's all about community, it's all about people, and it's about meetups. So my name is Birgit Pauli Haag, and I'm going to be your MC for the full morning, and I need to warm up, so I'm thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I have a few announcements. So but what's not on the schedule directly are the WP Connect sessions, and there is one at 10 about the ROI. What does that mean? Return on investment of community engagement and sponsoring WordCamps. And then at 11:15, there's one on introducing mentorship program for WordPress. So if you are on the sponsor side, I think the first one would be okay. And if you are on the contributor side, the second one would be okay. Speaking of sponsors, please visit the sponsor hall. This WordCamp would not be possible without the sponsors, all of them, and they do a great, they have some great products for you, and they do a great support of the open source project, so please talk to them, and maybe if you want to, thank them for sponsoring. There is a yoga session, but it's too late to go there. They started at 9. There's a walking tour at 2 p.m. And it starts at Piazza Castello in Torino. There are 13 spaces, but you can still join, but you have to pay for a little additional cost there. And then the last announcement is there's a, on the website, on the europe.wordcamp.org /code of conduct. It's the code of conduct that you all agreed to adhere to, and if you need a reminder, just go to that website. So we do that to make sure. And for those who are not so good at walking and want to go between the tracks, there is in front of track 3 and in front of track 2, there are golf carts that could shuttle you back and forth. So that's pretty much all I have right now. And we're going to start with Abraham Abraham White. And I need to get to, so, too many tabs open. Is that a problem? Having too many browser tabs open? Yes. I get always lost on my computer. Who gets lost on their computer with tabs? Hey, we are all together. Good. Hang on. Did I close this? Hang on. So, sorry, I'm a little nervous now because yeah, Saturday morning. So the lightning talks, we won't have any Q&A. So there are 3 speakers here, and they will be available to you after the talk, and I will let you know where. Abraham White wears many hats in the WordPress community. He's a WooCommerce support engineer. He's actively participating as a WordCamp volunteer speaker, and is a helping hand at the WordPress forums. And occasionally, you might also spot him brightening the sponsor booth at WooCommerce at different WordCamps in Africa and Europe. Well, welcome him to the stage. Abraham, you're up. And he will talk to you about diverse and sustainable future, how high school students and teachers in Uganda are nurturing a WordPress community. It's up to you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, hi everyone. I've traveled from far just to bring you a story. It's a story of sacrifice and dedication by a section of the WordPress community in Uganda. the community, they are mostly made up of teachers, has dared to roll out WordPress in high schools throughout Uganda while overcoming the impossible odds. And their efforts are changing the WordPress landscape in the country while also nurturing young talent. So my name is Abraham Waita. I'm a Woo Happiness engineer, and I've actively been involved in the community, and I like attending and volunteering at WordCamps. It's always great to see the community come together, and the designers, the developers, the bloggers, and all of us who are passionate about WordPress to share ideas and connect with each other. When I first attended a WordCamp in Uganda, I was surprised to see a new group of attendees I had not seen in other WordCamps before, high school students. In that event, the students by far outnumbered all other attendees, and I was curious to understand why this was the case. So it turned out that they were at the event to learn more about WordPress because they needed the skills back in school. And so why did they need these skills back in school? So this is the journey that WordPress took to high schools in Uganda. The government changed the curriculum, and it put a strong emphasis on information communication technology, ICT integration in high school education. One disruptive change that came from this curriculum was that students taking an elective subject called ICT were now required to come up with projects that address a real problem in their community. When the curriculum was launched, it was a bit of a frantic search from the teachers to find a solution to meet this new curriculum requirement, because the tools and the methodologies they'd been using to teach the ICT subject were no longer going to meet this cut. So fortunately, there were some teachers who were well-versed in WordPress, and they thought it would be a perfect fit for the students. So they thought of introducing it to their colleagues. But introducing WordPress to all high schools in Uganda would come with its own set of challenges. So, first challenge was that there was limited teacher expertise. Very few teachers knew much about WordPress to be able to teach it in schools. And secondly, this was an independent initiative. So it was not the government requiring teachers to teach WordPress in schools. So if the teachers wanted to use it, then it would be 100% on them to figure out how to spread WordPress to all schools. Now, faced by these challenges, what solutions did they come up with? So they came up with some sustainable programs to quickly spread WordPress to all teachers and students. Now, these initiatives are still going on. The first one is each one teach one. So on Tuesday evenings, the teachers gather online and tackle specific WordPress topics, and they learn from each other. So each one teach one. Next, we have physical workshops. The teachers who are now already well-versed in WordPress travel throughout the country to different schools to give deeper dives into WordPress so that they can bring their colleagues up to speed. Then local meetup groups. From an initial number of about 2, we now have 6 active meetup groups in Uganda. And through the meetups, teachers are able to learn more about WordPress and also share learning resources with each other. Then student-friendly WordCamps. It's different from here, but in Uganda, when there's a WordCamp, mostly organizers will send formal invitations to schools, and they give the biggest track to students, and there's a careful selection of the talks that happen in that track to make maximum use of the students' time. And lastly, next-gen events. So Uganda has also been an early adopter of the next-gen events, and they're using this to gamify learning WordPress in high schools. So they periodically hold website competitions, and the students get to showcase the projects that they've already created using WordPress. So the big question is, with all these sustainable programs, has there been any success? So yes, we have seen great success so far. There are students who are developing real-world solutions with WordPress, and through the next-gen website competitions, we're able to have a good view of what's happening in different schools. I want to highlight 2 projects that were presented in the last website competition where I was a judge. So the first one is LearnHub. It's an e-learning platform. It's made to eventually offer high school education online. And an interesting bit is that it was built by a student who faced challenges joining high school. And so when they are eventually able to join high school, they related with a problem they faced, and because they had learned WordPress, they built a solution for it. The statistics they gave was that 300,000 students face this problem every year. So if it comes to life, it will be solved, hopefully. The second one is Find Your Ideal School. It's an easy platform for students who have just completed their A-levels to find A-level schools. And it was built by a student who faced challenges finding an A-level school because there was no centralized platform where they could filter and sort out all their A-level school options. There are several other great examples of students coming up with practical solutions to problems they have faced. And more of these projects will be showcased in the next event that will be happening in July in Kampala, Uganda. And if you're keen, you can see the pattern here is that the students are identifying a problem that they relate with, and they built a solution for it. So as we celebrate the teachers who have led to these remarkable events, in turning around the fates of the students, I would like to mention one role that the global WordPress community can play over there. In a discussion with the ICT Teachers Association of Uganda, the teachers expressed the need for more sponsors for their WordCamps. And this is because they'll be able to organize more impactful WordCamps, reaching a wider audience of teachers and students. So they are targeting 3 things. One, to be able to accommodate more students. Currently, they hold about 200 students per event, but what if they could accommodate 1,000 or more across 5 events per year? Next, they'll be able to subsidize the WordCamp tickets, because currently students have to pay out of pocket, just like all other attendees, to come to WordCamps. And lastly, the attendees can get more swag, and that is self-explanatory. You can find the next event, which will be the website competition, on WordPress Central, and get in touch with the organizers to get involved. So that's the story of the unsung heroes. And as I leave you today, I hope that the story inspires you to do something impactful in your own community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful.
Oh.
We have a little gift for you.
Okay.
Because you volunteered to do this, and we have a little photo. Hi. Well, thank you so much. And another applause for Abraham Whitehigh. So, and he will be available for questions at the WooCommerce booth if you want to join him there. So next up is Stefano Minoia. Stefano Minoia, he's an accessibility specialist, front-end and WordPress developer. He contributes to the WordPress community by speaking at WordPress events. Hello. And is an active member at the WordPress accessibility team. In his spare time, he sings various choirs and trains to enhance his memory skills. He will stay around until the break, so you can ask questions, or you meet him at the coffee in the hallway across the sponsors. Now it's up to you. Stefano Minoia, thank you so much.
Thank you. So hello everyone, and welcome here today, and thanks Birgit for the presentation. So I'm going to talk about accessible presentations for WordCamps and meetups. And first thing, if you want, you can download the slide deck right now. You can just scan the QR code, or you can find the presentation at tinyurl.com/WCEU 2024-A11Y-presentations. So to give you time to download the slide deck if you want, first thing, I have to say that the slide deck has not been checked for accessibility yet, so I will re-upload an updated version which is accessible in the next couple of weeks. But for now, I have a few questions for you. How many of you have been speaking at WordCamp's event? Okay. How many of you plan to speak in the future at the WordCamp event? So shall we have a round of applause for next WordCamp speakers? And final question, who is having a great time here in Torino? Awesome. So let's get into it. I'm going to teach you and to tell you something about accessible presentations in 3 steps. First one, I'm going to talk about equivalent access, and then I'm going to give you a few tips and tricks on how to make your presentation accessible. And finally, I'm going to talk about people, disabilities, and limits. Let's dive deep into equivalent access. Starting from the definition of accessibility you can find on Wikipedia, that says that accessibility is the design of products, services, or environments so as to be usable by people with disabilities. When we talk about presentations, we have products, slide decks, or any other material that you prepare for your attendees are products. The presentation itself is a service. And also environment take a role in presentations. So consider them, and even if they are up to organizers to decide how to decide the environment, the room where a presentation takes place, consider the room and how it's built when you prepare your slides or you prepare your presentation. So, what is important about accessibility, and why do we call that accessibility? It all starts from physical access to spaces, but it also involves information access. So the basic idea behind accessibility and accessibility at presentations is to enable people to access information regardless of their characteristics in physical, cognitive, or sensory abilities. This is a key point. And how do you achieve information access? By giving equivalent access. And here the stress is that equivalent is not equal. So the goal is to provide a mean to ensure information access to everyone, but not to provide the same exact experience for everyone. I'll tell you, you will see in a couple minutes a real example of that, and you'll learn better about it. So, a few tips and tricks. Let's get into it. First thing, take care of your slides just like you would do with your website. So we all know about web content accessibility guidelines, and basically the idea is that when you share your slide deck, you should follow really relevant web content accessibility guidelines related. How you do that? First thing, add purpose-oriented alternative text to images. The first point here, which is really important for people with visual disabilities, is to add an alternative text that is purpose-oriented. So first thing is to understand the purpose of the image you're adding. Are you adding an informative image, so an image that adapts to the content? Then in that case, describe the image. For example, here you can see a picture of Torino from the nearby hills. And you can use that as an alternative text, if that is informative. Is it a decorative image, just like this abstract shape? Just remove it. You can just use an empty alternative text or mark the element as decorative. And if you have complex images, just describe the general idea, for example, in a graph, and add the purpose. Describe why you are adding that image. What is the purpose of adding that image? Here we arrive at the example about equivalent access and equal access. You can use color in your presentations. We all know that there are people who do not perceive color the same way. But that is not a good reason not to use color. Just use it and add additional means. This is why we provide equivalent access, such as shape or text. For example, in this graph, you can see that I have used both color, line width, and a pattern to differentiate the two lines. A quick word on contrast. You should take care of contrast by checking against WCAG or using the APCA as a starting point. But remember, those algorithms were developed taking in consideration backlit screens. If slides are projected, maybe it's a good idea to enhance a little the contrast, because otherwise there is environment lighting, which is going to reduce the contrast of text. Semantics. There's semantics on the web. There is semantic also in presentations. You can add slide titles. When you export slide titles in a presentation and export the presentation in PDF, they get turned into headings and announced as such by screen readers. You can use bullet points as they get converted into lists. And also, a few PowerPoint specifically allows you to check the reading order of objects you are putting on a page. How do you share your slide deck? You can use tagged PDFs, but as I said, tag everything and check that using a screen reader. If you just do that a few moments, then a few times, then you'll discover that the solution, how to make your presentation really accessible. And when can you share your slides? It's a good idea to share them at the beginning of the presentation using a QR code and a URL, possibly a shortened one, so that it's more easy to write it and to tell users, to tell attendees where they can find the slides. I put a couple of links here of free tools you can use to prepare a QR code and a shortened URL. Talking about multimedia content is good. So I'm talking about videos and audios. But just remember that you have, again, to describe whatever you put inside a slide and add alternative for people who cannot hear or see. So add, whenever possible, links to transcripts, subtitles, captions, and if possible, sign language interpretation. Talking about subtitles, there are softwares provide the possibility of adding AI transcripts. So even if you cannot afford a person who is transcribing your presentation in real time, you can just activate that function both on Google Slides, even if it works only in English, and in PowerPoint to get automatic transcription, automatic AI transcription. Whenever possible, of course, it's better to use human transcription. And finally, when you talk about people with disabilities, or when you talk with people with disabilities, use inclusive language. And I found a very simple rule of thumb that you can follow for that, is just to ask yourself if the focus is on the person or on the disability. So use person-first language. For example, talk about people with disability. Here, the focus is on people. And avoid identity-first language. So don't say the disabled. And here is the list of a few words which you should not probably use. I invite you to find for equivalent words in your language and check them and learn how to use them properly. I'm going to focus only on 3 of them. First one is invalid. Invalid literally means not valid. Do you really want to say a person that it's not valid for something? Second one, suffering from. Not all people with a disability are suffering from their condition. So you're making an assumption which might not be correct. I would say that it's not correct, usually. And final one, don't talk about normal people when you think about a person without a disability, because no one is normal. At least I'm not. In general, use something like people with Down syndrome instead of down people or down. And talk about deaf people, person with low vision, autistic person. And in this case, be prepared if a person tells you that they want to be defined another way, to change it. And if possible, ask a person with disability how they would like to be defined, or how they would like to define themselves. Finally, a word about people, disabilities, and limits. If there's one thing that I would like you to bring home from this presentation, is that you should not think about disability in terms of limits. This is a real bias. Because, you know, we all have limits. So limits do not tell apart people with disabilities and people without disabilities. And you know, because there are only a few people who do not have limits, and those are superheroes, and we would like to be superheroes. I think sometimes I am a superhero, especially when I do work for people with disabilities or work with accessibility. But actually, we are not going to say the word. We can just make it better, one person at a time. So in the last few seconds of my presentation, I'd like you, if you feel like, to close your eyes and think about a person with disability you know that you want to make the difference for. So thank you for your time. If you want to reach out to me, here are a few links to my social medias, or you can find me in the hallway, as Birgit said before. I'll be there starting from 10 to 10:15. And again, if you want to download the slide deck, you can find it here. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you so much, Stefano.
Thank you, Birgit.
A little present for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
So next up, we have to go really fast. The next lightning talk is by Enrico Garrido. Yay! And he brought his fan club. Enrico works on the application maintenance service for the Renfe Group, the Spanish railway company. He loves trains. And in character, he took a 12-hour train ride from Barcelona to Torino. Please welcome Enrico, and yeah, how WordPress community changed a life.
Well, so hello all. It's a pleasure for me to be here. As you can see on the title, I'm going to talk about how the community changed my life. My name is Eneko, and this is not facing that. This is on. No? Yeah. The other one? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yo-ho!
So, my name is Eneko. As I mentioned on the slide, I like to define just like another person. I'm a Basque local GTA, and also I contribute to the Spanish from Spain translation team. I'm a full-stack web developer who loves to working with open source software. And if you want, you have there all my social media networks. You could follow me, or if you want, you can meet me, and I have an NFC tag with my contact info. I'd like to thank Joost for sponsoring me through the Joost Diversity Fund, which make it possible for me to be here today. So, no more introductions. We are going to talk about my life before I met the WordPress community. I was born a few months before WordPress on January 2003 in Pamplona, okay? You know, San Fermines, the running of the bulls, and all things like that, okay? I don't like Pamplona, I'm not a fan, to be honest, so let's pass. In 2019, I was 16 years old, and I was trying to finish the compulsory studies, the compulsory education in Spain. I was having some trouble with that, so I had to quit the school and repeat the course. And later on, I got officially defined as an autistic person, which explained to me a lot about me. Okay. My first WordCamp was WordCamp Bilbao 2019. I saw that on my website dashboard. I didn't go earlier to any WordPress event. That was also my first WordPress event. I went there not knowing anyone, not knowing what to do, not knowing who were talking, what was that, okay? So I was getting out of the venue with some new contacts, with some new friends I made on lunch. And next day, I went to the contributor day. On the contributor day, I met Luis Rull, who is a person from the Spanish community, a Spanish polyglot contributor, and introduced me to the polyglot team. I've been translating WordPress to Spanish and Basque since then, and as I said earlier, I'm GT for the Basque Local, which really is such an honor for me. And here I started with an idea of making a blog about trains. My second WordCamp was WordCamp Irún, also seen on the WordPress dashboard. At that time, I was already a little bit familiar with the WordPress community. It was a very great opportunity. I remember that in this WordCamp Irún, there was a new format who was called WordPress on the Street. That was like taking the talks from here to the street for free for every person that were there. And it was a very great opportunity to meet new people on the community. And as you see, I have this shirt because this shirt means a lot for me. This is the WordCamp Pontevedra shirt, which has a José Luis Guapu on it. José Luis Losada, I'm here because of you, okay? José Luis is a person who is well known on the WordPress Spain community. Sadly, is here with us, but not physically here with us. I don't even know what to say about him. He's a very good person. So thank you for all the work that you have done for the community. One, please, one. And I also met Rocío Valdivia, who said me learn JavaScript is the future. I talk about this on my talk on WordCamp Chiclana this year. And thanks to that, I started doing very great things. After 2019, I had the pleasure of welcoming 2020 into our lives. So the pandemic moment, we went into a pandemic, stores closes, schools closes, all was closed. We were all at home, and it was a bit of a strange time, okay? Some people from Spain had the idea to do an online WordCamp, WordCamp España Online, which was my first really WordCamp as a volunteer. I was really happy to be able to be there, managing the social media networks and post and programming the posts and learning really more about the community. I remember when we finished the WordCamp, we were on the after party and we said, oh, there is a WordCamp online in, I don't know, I think that was Manila or something like that. And a WordCamp of, I don't know, 100 people. Then we joined like 400 people at the same time from our homes. We all were on Wahari's house, so that was amazing. First presential WordCamp after the pandemic, WordCamp Irún 2022. As a volunteer, the first in-person WordCamp as a volunteer, it was a great time to reconnect with the community. A lot of hacks. Was like, whoa, this is my family. And I really got to experience what was volunteering in an in-person event. And also volunteering on a WordCamp or being as a speaker or as an organizer, you really got to know what is like being with the community in a more personal way, because you are 24/7 with the community on the event. And then I started to work full-time as a developer for the Renfe group. On June 2022, I learned what I needed for that work thanks to what Rocío Valdivia told me on WordCamp Irún. Was very inspiring for me what Rocío Valdivia told me. So thanks to the words that she told me, I am here and I was on the office. My first WordCamp as a speaker, WordCamp Pontevedra, with the same shirt that I wear right now. Since then, I also have been on WordCamp Chiclana 2024, talking about the Interactivity API, just a week it released. So it was like a very new talk. And also I've been on WordCamp Bilbao, where I had the chance to share some helpful tips on monitoring our WordPress sites. Okay. So nowadays my work is undefined. I left my job on the Renfe group, and in my spare time I contribute to the Polyglots team. I am now trying to refresh all the Basque locale, trying to have it up to date, because we need to finish with the core translations. And especially I check and improve that, the translations on the Basque locale. I'm here because of Yoast, really, because they paid me the trip. I couldn't afford by me this trip. And yeah, I will be here on the hallways. So if you want to talk me, you want to know more about me, you could just feel free to go for me and do like this. And hey, Eneko, how are you? Thank you for your time.
Nico, wonderful. Yeah, Well, welcome to WordCamp Europe.
Yeah, thanks.
We have a little present for you.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, give him a good round of applause. So, yeah, this concludes our lightning talks, but I have a few things I want you to know. One is lunch is served as yesterday at 1 o'clock, and we have 8 lines in one area and 8 lines in the other area. So if one line is long, go just find another line. Walking tours, I announced earlier, are at 2 o'clock, and they meet at Piazza Castello. Piazza Castello in Turin, yeah. Please fill out the feedback forms on the website. All speakers, the perfect they are, they can always be improved. And it would be really helpful for the programming team to know what you think about the speakers, the program, and the talk. Yeah. So, well, if you want to go from one area to the other, there's a golf cart, if you haven't seen it yet. It's one that's in front of track 2, and the other one is track 3. And yeah, so we take a break until 10:15, and I hope you all come back for Jamie Marsland and learning the 3 tips about block themes. All right.
Dani, prova la pittura un attimo. Adesso arriva? No, c'è fruscio? Era allentata la vite sul body pack. Secondo me poteva essere quello. Aspetta. Guarda che accende.
1, 2. Good morning. Oh, that's pathetic. Good morning. Hey, yay, that is good, that is good, yeah. I hope you all have a good night, a great party, and I'm so happy you're here. My name is Birgit Pauli Haag, and I'm your MC for the morning. And I just wanted to let you know, we have a 45-minute session here, so we won't have a Q&A, but Jamie will be around around the WordCamp. Catch him when you can. So I just wanted to let you know about the feedback form. Yeah, make sure you fill out the feedback form because it's very important for the program team to see what worked and what didn't work. And everybody's here for you. Yeah, so help us make this WordCamp better every year. And fill out the form. The form you find out on the website. That's europe.wordcamp.org 2024, and then feedback. If you want to do walking tour in the afternoon, it's at 2 o'clock, and the walking tour meets at Piazza Castello in Torino. And yeah. They will be there for 15 minutes early with a t-shirt and a WCEU kind of flag, so you can join them. And then, Oh, there's the community sessions in the behind the sponsor hall, Community Connect. And this afternoon, there's one at 11:15, the introduction to the mentorship program of WordPress.org. And then there is, in the afternoon, first-time attendees. Let us know and hear your voice. Who here is a first-time attendee? Not yesterday, doesn't count, but yeah. Well, yeah, all right, yeah. Maybe come to the session and talk to the community people. Would really be great. The code of conduct is at europe.wordcamp.org/20 code of conduct. Code-of-conduct, and the slashes in between. And that's pretty much it, what I wanted to let you know. When you leave, please consider this a national park. Yeah? You take with you what you brought, including the empty cups. Okay? So we will have it nice for the next session. All right, so without further ado, Jamie Marsland is a YouTuber, but he has not started there. He has done a life of in publishing. He also has taught 5,000 WordPress users in about 10 years, and his plugins, or his company's plugins, are used by thousands of customers worldwide. His YouTube channel is dedicated to helping people in WordPress and has now, well, the description says 23,000, but between applying for the talk and today, he raised it to 45,000 subscribers. So if you want to also know how to increase a YouTube audience, he would also be your guy. But today he's talking about mastering WordPress block themes, the 3 principles for beginners. Jamie, give him a big round of applause for Jamie Marsland.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on. Hi, everyone. Quick show of hands. Who here is currently using block themes, just so I can see? Ooh, that's good. Who here came to the WordPress speed build last night? Who here enjoyed the WordPress speed build last night? Who here thinks we should do these at every WordCamp? Yeah, cool, okay. So the whole idea behind this presentation is to give you a head start in using block themes. So I'm going to talk about 3 principles. So you walk out the door. So if you are just about to start using block themes, it'll help you save hours of time and give you a head start. I'm also going to show you some cool stuff as well.
my background is I started this business actually 15 years ago. My business is called Poodle Press. And it started 15 years ago. And I used to, and I still do, train people on WordPress. And I started the business by taking out a Google ad for a WordPress in a day training course. And for £95, a long time ago. And the next day, I got my first booking. And over the previous 10 years, or the past 10 years, I then traveled around the UK, hiring out meeting rooms and pubs and wherever I could get venues, training people face-to-face on WordPress in a room, 10 to 15 people. So, as was mentioned, I've trained over 5,000 people face-to-face on WordPress. Probably trained more people in WordPress face-to-face than anyone in the world. So that's my background. And it's one of the reasons I love WordPress so much, because you can take a complete beginner at the start of a day in WordPress, and if you run a proper course, by the end of the day, they can be building websites with WordPress. And they can be building businesses that are using those websites. So it's transformational for a lot of people. And that's also one of the reasons I love block themes, because they democratize, where WordPress democratizes publishing, WordPress block themes democratize theme design. And that's what I'm going to talk about a bit today. So now with block themes, anyone can really build a theme with WordPress. So if you're a designer that can't code, you can definitely go off and build your own themes now with WordPress. If you're a creative that doesn't want to learn how to code, you can definitely learn how to build block themes. And because block themes are 100% made out of blocks, then you can build beautiful experiences like this. So what you're seeing here is just made out of core blocks. There's absolutely no CSS. This is just using cover blocks with a nice, the gradient overlay that you can do in WordPress now. And you can also do cool things like this. This one here is built using 2 cover blocks. And you have like layers, so within a cover block, because it's a container, let me pause that. Because it's a container block, the cover block, you can actually put 2 layers. So the top layer is like a transparent PNG, and the back layer you fix, and you get this amazing parallax effect. This next one here, and these are all just core blocks here. There's nothing custom here. This is like using the cover block to create an animation. This is a scroll snap with the cover block. Tiny bit of CSS. This again is using a cover block with 2 layers. And then the Rickroll is actually using a little plugin to do a Rickroll effect. This one here is just using the core row block and using a tiny bit of mixed blend CSS so you can show the background image behind it. You get this really cool, beautiful effect, really simply. All these tutorials are available on my YouTube channel if you want to learn exactly how to do each of the effects that I've just shown you. But they're really, thank you, yeah. So we've lost complete. I love, let's come back to that. I love the block editor and block themes because they give me this incredible creative ability to do these things out of the box with WordPress, with no plugins. So it's been incredibly freeing for me. And that's kind of why I love block themes as well. If you came to the speed build last night, so the speed build is this concept where we have two players, and they have half an hour to build a website. And I show them the website they're going to build, and they have 5 minutes to prep, and then they build it. And these have been running on my YouTube channel for a few weeks. And then last night we did one with Rich Table and Jessica Lushik, where I gave them the website. So those of you that were there, thank you for coming. It was cool, and it kind of worked. And this is actually the site that Rich Table built in 30 minutes. Let me show you this. This is it here. So he built all this without seeing what he was going to build in 30 minutes. He even went off and created the post so he could use the query loop block in that front page. No custom CSS, just pure block theme and the block editor. Pretty cool, hey? And of course, we now have, as the default WordPress theme, 2024. So I'm going to show you here some, so again, on my YouTube channel, I took 2024 and I kind of thought, what could I do with it? So I built a number of different types of sites with it. I'm just going to show you what those are here. Not that one, this one here. So this is all the 2024 theme. So this is, and I gave myself a few challenges. Could I build a portfolio type website with it? Which you just saw. This is an e-commerce website. This is just native 2024 with WooCommerce built on top. Absolutely nothing custom. Looks really beautiful. The checkout experience has been customized a bit to remove the header and footer so you get a distraction-free checkout. This was a little one-pager that I built with it. This is actually just using the core block theme patterns that comes with 2024 as well. This was like a blog site that I built with it. I just wanted to flex and see what was possible with just core 2024 and core the block editor. And it's amazing what's possible now. And this was a kind of fifth example, which was a business type website. As part of my YouTube channel, you may have seen these if you go onto my YouTube channel, I've taken a number of famous websites and tried to recreate them just using core WordPress. So I'm going to show you a few examples of some of these. This is Peter McKinnon, who's a huge YouTuber, and he does some amazing stuff. But his website was really cool. So in these examples, my website's over on the left, the original website's over on the right, and I give myself half an hour and see how close I can get to them just using core. So you can see I'm scrolling up my site on the left and then Peter's website on the right, and I get pretty close in half an hour. It's not identical, but not far away. It's incredible how flexible this stuff is now, just out of the box. This one here is the Tesla website. It's another example. Most of this is built using the core cover block with a tiny bit of CSS to do, it does a little snap to scroll thing in a minute. And it has this nice transparent header. Again, very simple to do in any block theme, really. It also has a transparent header as well. And it's sticky, which is cool. And this one here, actually, is a portfolio website. Not so famous, but I just thought it's beautiful. And it has this sticky column on the left. And then actually it has a customized single post template as you go to it. The next example was a one-pager I built. And this features this kind of glass morphic effect on the menu. Can you see the menu at the top? And it's got smooth scroll going down to individual sections within the page. All the heavy lifting with this one, it's pretty cool. All the heavy lifting with this one was built just using 2024 again. So completely core WordPress. So hopefully you can see that all block themes come with these amazing superpowers. They're incredibly flexible, okay? So every block theme has a number of amazing things built into it out the box that you don't have to install or add plugins for. And those are, every single block theme has a header builder, as you can see up on the screen. Every single block theme allows you to edit templates. And those are things like your page templates and your post templates. You can create landing pages. You can customize the 404 page. You can curate the editing experience. You can give your users different editing experiences depending on the roles they have in your organization. You can lock blocks. You have global styles. We have a font library. We have patterns. We have pattern overrides, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. We have style revisions. Plugins like WooCommerce give you access to edit their templates, like the product page and the shop page. And you can also now create themes. So you can build your designs using the site editor, and using a free plugin called the Create Block Theme plugin, you can export that out and create your very own themes with absolutely no code. It's so empowering. And here's a quick example. This is actually the old interface of the Create Block Theme plugin. It's being updated at the moment. But you can literally design your theme using all the tools that WordPress gives you in the site editor, and you can export those out as your very own theme to use on different sites, or you can even sell them if you want to start a theme business. Okay, so even though hopefully you've seen that block themes give you this enormous power, there is at the moment, for sure, there is a steeper learning curve to using a block theme than if you're just going to use a classic theme. So I just wanted to give you 3 principles that should help you get up and running with block themes in no time at all. We're going back to basics here, but this is really important stuff. And this stuff is important whether you're using a block theme or a classic theme or even a page builder. So when a person visits a page on your website, as you can see on my high-tech whiteboard, a process happens magically behind the scenes to display the page with its full design and layout, not just plain text. So when somebody clicks a link or types a URL, they're asking WordPress to show them that specific page. So WordPress checks what the visitor wants to see, like a blog page or a home page. WordPress then goes to its database to fetch the required content. It then selects a template for that content. And templates are preset designs for different types of pages. There's a template for blog posts, and another for your home page, and many more. Okay? And then WordPress places the content, such as text and images from that blog post, onto that template. And the template determines the placement and appearance of elements like title, content, and images. And the page is a mixture of content and design. And that is actually one of the key strengths of WordPress. WordPress separates your content from your design, which gives you enormous amounts of flexibility. So you can have one template that's actually being used by 1,000 pages. And if you make a change to that template, it will affect all those 1,000 pages in terms of the design. So you can change it in one place and have that affect thousands of pages. It's incredibly powerful and gives you enormous amounts of flexibility. And when you use a WordPress block theme, you get automatic access to edit all your important templates. And those are your page templates, your post templates, your blog post template, your search results, your 404, and many, many more. So WordPress block themes revolutionize the way websites are built and designed. And they simplify the process down to just 3 core principles. And those are templates, blocks, and styles. Templates, blocks, and styles. That's all you really need to worry about when you're building with block themes. So let's have a quick look at templates. So as we've seen, templates are the framework of your web pages. In block themes, templates define the structure and layout of different parts of your website, such as your home page, your blog page, individual pages. And templates dictate where elements like the headers and the footers and the context and the text go. But this is really important. Templates are made 100% out of blocks in a block theme. Templates are made 100% out of blocks. And blocks are the building blocks of your templates. Blocks like your site title, your navigation, your page title, content, featured image, buttons, and more. Everything on your website, when you're using a block theme, is made out of blocks. Then we have styles. And styles encompass things like fonts and colors and spacing. They're what give your site its unique look and feel. Ensuring that despite the structured nature of your templates, your website can still have a personalized and creative touch. And within templates, we also have template parts. Think of template parts a bit like mini templates, or a little bit like widgets, if you remember widgets. And the whole point, the whole reason really for template parts is they allow us to create content in one place and then reuse that content in multiple templates. So for example, we can create a header template part and reuse that template part in the post template, the page template, and the blog template, or any templates that we have on our site. So, to summarize how block themes work, here's our visitor again. He goes to your website and looks at one of your pages. WordPress goes to its database and pulls out the content of that page, and that page has a decision to make. It needs to choose which of your templates it's going to display, going to use to display it. Now, because it's a page, it's going to use the page template. If it was a post, it would use a post template. But your templates are also made of two things, blocks and styles. And magically, WordPress compiles all these things together and displays the finished, fully customized page back to our viewer. And that's the workflow on how WordPress block themes work. And how it's called the template hierarchy in WordPress, but that's the process. Just want to talk a little bit about classic themes. So with classic themes, we typically customize sites using the customizer, okay? And here's 4 examples. So on the far left, we've got the Neve theme, then we've got GeneratePress, then we've got BlockC, and then we've got Astra. And we can use these to customize essentially the templates and the styles of our sites. But a few things to note. One is you can see all the options are different depending on the theme you're using, which as somebody that's trained over 5,000 people on WordPress is a major training issue because everyone's experience of WordPress is very different depending on what theme you're using. And the second thing to note is the options will always be limited because they have to be built in by the theme developer to avail them to the end users. Okay. Whereas with a block theme, for the first time, we have direct access to edit our templates. So there's really no limitations on what we can change in terms of our template design. Whereas with classic themes, we're always confronted with what the theme developer can build into it. So with block themes, we have a unified interface, which I'm a huge, huge fan of, coming from a training background. It means that once you learn how to use one block theme, you'll be able to use any block theme that you pick up, because they all share the same interface. So training requirements go way down. And these are some of the most important templates that block themes allow you to edit. So your front page template, your blog page, your single post, your single page template. If you're creating custom post types, block themes will automatically create a template that you can edit to customize that single post, that custom post type. You can customize the search results page, category and tag pages, your 404 pages, and you can also create custom templates as well, which are great for things like landing pages. And so when you're using the site editor, you can see on the screen here, if you go into your templates, you will see a visual representation now of all the block templates that you can edit. And of course, they're made out of blocks. So you can dive into that and change the layout completely to how you like it. So we've now, for the first time, got 100% control over the design of our templates. And of course, the templates are driving all the design on our site, fundamentally, because WordPress is a template-based system. So it's one of the reasons I love block themes so much, because they give me this ultimate flexibility to have control over the design of my website. So if I want to change the page template, I can click on the page template and edit it. And of course, because that template is being used, let's say, on 1,000 pages on my site, all those 1,000 pages design would change instantly because I've edited the main template. And here's an example of me customizing or customize the single post template on the 2024 theme. Let's just go back to that for you. And I'm using the new negative margin that's coming in WordPress 6.6 to do that overlay where the content's overlapping. Thank you. Overlapping the, let me show you that again. overlapping the header image. I won't show you that again. The other cool thing that's happening is that plugins are being blockified, and they're making their templates available for you to edit. So WooCommerce, now, if you're using a block theme and you're using WooCommerce, you can edit all these templates without having to do anything. They just naturally appear for you to edit. So your product page, shop page, category pages, order confirmation, and checkout. And here's an example of the WooCommerce single product page that you can now customize because it's a template. So you just have to use a block theme, install WooCommerce, and you can now fully customize your single product page. No plugins, just core WordPress. It's incredibly powerful. So if you want to create a completely unique design for your single product page, it's simple because it's just blocks. You want to create a big hero image on your single product page, get rid of the header. It's incredibly simple. Principle 2, blocks. So block themes are made up of blocks, and to enable us to build themes with blocks, WordPress has created a whole bunch of theme blocks for us. Things like the navigation, the site logo, title, featured image, content. And of course, you can just use these blocks to edit your templates, because we're all made out of blocks now in templates. And WordPress also is making great strides. This has been one of the weaknesses of the block editor. It's making great strides to help us create great layouts just using core WordPress. Here's another example of a site I built recently for WordPress on the WordPress.com YouTube channel. This is I recreated the New York Times. You're about to see it. My attempt is on the left. The real website's on the right. This is going to play fairly quickly, but this is in WordPress 6.6, which is incredibly exciting, is a brand new grid block, which I'm going to show you now. So if you want to use this today, just install the Gutenberg plugin because it comes with that. But this is the new grid block, which is based on the CSS grid spec. It's like a cut-down version of the CSS grid spec, but it lets you do things like this. It's got this really cool visual drag thing. You can drag it across. You can span rows and columns now. So in this example, I'm adding the CSS grid container block, and then within that, I'm putting a number of group blocks. You'll see over on the right, I can set a minimum column width. So it's going to be aware of that column width, depending on the device it's being shown on, which is great for, obviously, for tablets and mobile, because you can say, I want this at 300 pixels, regardless of the device. And that's coming in WordPress 6.6. Yeah. The other thing to look for when you're looking at block themes is patterns. Patterns are professionally designed layouts of blocks. And it's one of the things when you're choosing a block theme to consider, because some block themes come with some really beautiful patterns. So you can literally just insert them into your pages, and you can become, if you're not a great designer, you can take advantage of those designs with one click and add them to your sites. One of my favorite examples is the Ollie theme from Mike McAllister, which you may have heard about. It's freely available on WordPress.org. And here are some of the patterns that come with the Ollie theme. And you can see over on the left here, they're categorized, and then you can see in the main screen here the pre-designs that you can just add into your sites. So his attention to detail is just beautiful. And you can create these, you can add these little components into your sites to create these little sections, or he even gives you some whole pages if you want to create whole pages, and then you can just go and edit the content because, of course, they're just made out of blocks. WordPress.com also now has a pattern library, which is a bit like a wireframing library. Rich Table's been involved in this one. And one of the beautiful things about patterns is you can literally just copy and paste them between sites. So that's what I'm doing in that demo. I'm just copying them from the WordPress.com pattern library onto my site. So patterns are transferable and reusable, which is super cool. The third principle is styles, which really are your colors and fonts. Also things like spacing. And in WordPress now, coming in 6.6, what you're seeing up on the screen is theme variations. But now in WordPress 6.6, the theme is going to be able to give us the ability to change, separate the colors, or choose colors separately from our fonts, which is super cool. There's been so much progress going on in this space at the moment, it's hard to keep up. There's some really exciting stuff coming. This is one of my favorite features of block themes. This is called the Style Book. Again, every single block theme has this. This is a visual place where you can edit the styles of all your blocks and see actually what they're going to look like, which is great because you see them in situ. You can see like what a heading looks like, what a paragraph block, and you can do things in here like change all the fonts and the colors and the spacing and all that sort of stuff. Again, that's built into every single block theme. So to put it all together, once we've got these three concepts of templates, styles, and blocks. So here's our website visitor again. He goes to look at one of your pages, pulls out the content. The page makes the decision which template to use. It compiles all these things together. The template gets the blocks for that template and the styles for that template, and then presents that page back to our viewer in an instant. It's super cool. So that's where we're at right now with block themes. But some of the most exciting stuff with block themes is happening right now. So this is a perfect time to start to dive into block themes in terms of where we're at in its evolution, in my view. So what's coming next are some UI improvements to make them easier to use, because there is still a learning curve with block themes. Definitely that needs to be squashed. We've also got things like custom field support, which is cool. One of the promises is you're going to be able to register block styles with the editor. And then for me, the most exciting thing that's coming in a few weeks with WordPress 6.6 are pattern overrides. Does anyone use pattern overrides yet? Does anyone know what they are? A few people. OK. So let me show you what pattern overrides are. So the concept of pattern overrides is that you can create a pattern centrally, create a design centrally, and then you can reuse that pattern on as many pages as you like. And your end users can dive into that pattern and make their changes. So I've got an example for you. So in this example here, you'll see on the top left is the pattern I've created centrally. And then you'll see on the right-hand half of the screen the pages on my site where I've used that pattern. So I've got a page at the top called Summer Holiday, a page at the bottom called Winter Holiday, and you can see that all those patterns have got different text in, which is cool. But what we're going to be able to do now in WordPress 6.6 is change the design of the central pattern and have that flow down to every instance where that pattern has been used on my site without affecting the content. So we have a synchronized pattern where our users can change the content, but we can control the design centrally. So you can see in the top left, I've changed my design, and then on every page where that design has been used, those patterns are updating. And you can change the entire design of that website. So of that pattern. So if that pattern's been used on 1,000 pages, all those pages would instantly reflect that new design. It's an incredibly powerful and profound concept, because you can also put patterns in patterns. I call these WordPress components. I think these are WordPress components, and they're incredibly powerful. We can do more, though. You can also add new elements into that pattern. So in this example, it's the same idea, but you'll see I've actually added a new block into that central pattern, which is a paragraph block with the date in. And then if I update all the patterns where that has been used, all those patterns will be updated with that brand new element, essentially. So pattern overrides are coming in WordPress 6.6, and they're profoundly powerful. I think they're the most exciting thing that's going to happen over the last few years with WordPress. I think we're going to see some really cool stuff. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed that and found it useful. If you want to dive into some of those neat effects I showed you, then all those tutorials are on YouTube, where you can find me at JamieWP. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, that's where I am. But go to YouTube, subscribe to YouTube, all the tutorials are on there. And thanks for watching. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
All right. Well, this was the last session for now. We take a break until 11:15, unless no questions, right? Okay.
No,
Yep. Yeah. Okay. 11:15. We see Shaban and Dee, and we're talking about WordPress leadership and women in WordPress leadership at 11:15. So it's going to be a real good conversation about the pipeline and everything. Thank you so much. Think about the national park policy. You take all your stuff with you that you brought with you out there, even the empty cups, please. Thank you so much. so much.
Oh, shit. Is this thing on?
We're gonna have fun here.
I asked the first.
Well, welcome back to track 1 of WordCamp Europe. And I'm so proud and happy and thrilled to introduce the next speakers. The title is Fixing the Ladder, Getting More Women in Leadership at WordPress Businesses. We have Siobhan McCune and Dee Thiel in a conversation today. So Siobhan is a co-founder of WP Includes, is the COO, I think that's the Chief Operating Officer, of Human Made. It's an enterprise WordPress development agency. She has experience in people operations and operations at the director and executive level. They're also people. She's one of the founders of WordCamp Europe, has led WordPress documentation project, written a book about the history of WordPress project, and she's passionate about supporting more women into leadership roles, both in and outside the WordPress ecosystem. Thank you. A round of applause for Siobhan. And with her is Dee. She has been using WordPress since 2008, as a web developer since 2009, and later transitioned to being a project manager for a large-scale project made in WordPress. She used her project management skills to lead the historic release of WordPress 5.6 Simone, and she is obviously a huge fan of the WordPress community. She is an organizer and mentor with WP Includes, and a co-host on the podcast Future of Team. She has organized WordPress events, speaking and sharing her enthusiasm for the community at them whenever she gets the opportunity, both at home and around the world. Big round of applause for Dee Thiel.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, take it away.
Thank you, Birgit.
Thank you, Birgit. Hello, everybody. So we decided instead of standing up in front of you and waving our arms around, we're just going to have a chat. And you get to watch us have a chat for the next sort of 30 minutes or so.
Yes, indeed.
So hello, everybody. So, Dee, let's start with why are you here?
Why am I here? Well, because I've been involved in WordCamp since about 2011, I have watched and seen so many people's trajectory grow and change through the WordPress project and through their businesses and careers. I've seen that happen for a lot more men than women, and I'm here to talk about it because I'm very interested in seeing that happen for more women.
Yeah.
Why are you here?
So I'm here because I've been involved with WordPress since about 2010, and I've had a really great career within WordPress. I'm obviously COO of Human Made now, and I think the further I've gone along in my career and the more senior I've got, the fewer women that I'm interacting with.
Yeah.
And, you know, we had sort of last year, we were organizing a panel, an enterprise panel at WordCamp Europe, and it was actually really challenging to get senior women to come and speak at that panel. And at that time, I was just like, where are the women at this level? Where are the women at the more senior level? So this is why we started WP Includes, and why we wanted to talk about it here today. But I think we can start with just a big headline stat. So we did some research on 5 for the Future organizations, and out of the 200 companies, 4.1% have a named female as their CEO or president or managing director or whatever that is. That's only 8 companies.
Yeah.
So it's really not many, and these are all sorts of different kinds of companies. Everything from like organizations that are 2 to 10 people to plus 1,000. So just to break down the statistics a little bit more, 3.6 had both a man and a woman as their sort of lead. 20% we were unable to identify, but 72.3 were led by a man.
By men.
Yeah, so really is at that top level, many, many men. And just for a bit of comparison, 10.4 4% of Fortune 500 companies are run by women, and compared to 4% of WordPress companies. And in the UK, 16% of SMEs are led by women.
So where did you pull this data from?
So first of all, I asked ChatGPT, but that was junk. So I didn't get very far with that. I thought I was going to save myself loads of time.
Yeah.
Didn't save any time. I just wasted time. So I asked Angela Jin to send me the list of the WordPress 5 for the Future contributors who've pledged to it. I thought that was a good sort of data set to start with. And then we just went through them one by one. We looked them up on LinkedIn. We found out who their leader was. We looked at their company size, where they're from. And this is all data that we're going to include in the survey results later this year, with a bit more analysis around it. So.
And what else does that tell us?
I've gone forward. What else does it tell us? I think those 5 for the future organizations are really broad in terms of what they are. So we have got like big geographical spread. A lot of companies in India, a lot of companies in Indonesia, a lot in Europe, a lot in America. But it's very geographically spread and also very different in terms of size. So you've got everything from like maybe a couple of people who are like sort of freelancing together to the likes of GoDaddy and Newfold and you know, organizations like that. And so it's actually, it's kind of a difficult pool of people to compare to one another because they're actually...
There's so much diversity in that.
So much diversity, and it's like, you know, the only thing that holds them together is the fact that they're tech and WordPress.
Earlier in your career in WordPress, you researched and wrote a book about the history of the project. Do you have any thoughts on factors that might have led to those statistics or the disparity between?
Yeah, absolutely. I researched a book about the history of WordPress. Some of you may have read it. It's called Milestones, The History of WordPress. It was as part of the 10-year celebration of WordPress. So I interviewed 48 people for the book from the early days of the project. 43 of them were men and 5 were women.
Wow.
And that I was really actively looking for women to interview for the book. But that's kind of, when I looked back at the interviews are all online on archive.wordpress.org. And yeah, that's what the breakdown was, which is kind of sad. The first WordCamp was in 2006 in San Francisco. Here it is. You've got the schedule up here. This was a tentative schedule, which was published online. They're all men, all of the speakers, and you can see the audience. I mean, you can't really pick out exactly, but you know, there was a lot of men there. And then fast forward 6 years to the first WordPress Community Summit. Is anyone there here? A few of you, hello. Yeah, we were there. As Tom, I met Tom there, and many people from WordPress. So this is a photograph of all of us. This was an invite-only event, and the list of people who were invited is still on make.wordpress.org. It was like core developers, you know, designers, all sorts of different people. And it says on the post there was other big deals from the community of WordPress makers, themers, plugin devs, consultants, agencies, hosting companies, translators, WordCamp and meetup organizers. I was absolutely flabbergasted that I got invited. I was doing a bit of writing for Smashing Magazine at the time and was like, oh my goodness, they've invited me.
They noticed me.
But probably because there wasn't many women to invite. So we had 122 men were invited and 14 women. And you can see in the picture here, there's a lot more men than women who were invited to the event. And, you know, it was wonderful. It opened so many doors for me, just being there and being with all of those people. I got lots of freelancing and job offers. I ended up getting a job at Audrey Capital. I met Tom, who's over there. He's the CEO of HumanMade. I'm not the COO. All those doors were opened. And when you look at this picture here of 12 years ago, so many of these people are running those big WordPress companies now, the plugin developers, the agencies, and the network that was created in that moment was really solid, and there was not many women went there. Oh, it works. But it's not just WordPress, of course, where there's more men than women. WordPress was started in the early 2000s, at a time when women were still, weren't really encouraged into STEM.
Interestingly, it wasn't always that way. At its peak in 1984 to 85, 37.1% of degrees that were conferred in the computer sciences were earned by women.
Right, yeah.
By 2004, 2005, that number had dropped to 22%, and in 2014-15, down to 18%. Most recent figures that I could find were for 2017-2018, and it's sitting now at about 20, or sitting then at about 20%. So what happened in 1984?
What did happen?
Personal computers started showing up at homes, and they were marketed towards the boys,
Yeah.
to the men.
Sounds familiar.
So even when I look at that and I think of those people that would be at leadership level now that might have done degrees in STEM at those times, the pool is still so much smaller, even just because of that.
Yeah.
Does my head in. But I didn't have a personal computer at home until I'd well and truly left home and somebody made me one. So yeah.
Yeah, and those sort of young boys and young men who in 84, 85, 86 through the 80s would have been getting those personal computers. They started hacking around and they were getting the magazines with a floppy disk sent to them, and then they were discovering open source projects. And, you know, I certainly didn't feel that that was something that was for me.
Yeah, exactly, same.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was at high school in 1984 learning Pascal, learning to program in Pascal and learning to program in BASIC, and was showing aptitude towards this. But again, because there was nobody there at school that would encourage me to say, hey, you're good at this. Here are some places for you to go.
Yeah.
So I never picked up, and it was only 12, 14 years later that I ended up circling back.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, the consoles belonged to my brothers.
Yeah.
And I was allowed, if I was lucky, to sit and watch my brothers play Zelda or play whatever, but it wasn't really mine, and it felt like, you know, maybe when they were out, I could have a little go, but I was never expected to be good at Zelda, which my brother always told me. And it certainly wasn't something that was my hobby.
Yeah, yeah. So we're seeing now these gaps as a flow-on effect from that in a lot of ways. So let's talk about the survey.
Yeah.
Why did you think it was a good idea?
So I have all of this feeling about gender in WordPress businesses. And I'm talking about businesses specifically because I think the core project has done a lot over the past 10 years to encourage more gender diversity within the core team, within the release teams. And I think what they've done is absolutely wonderful. But I haven't seen that reflected in businesses. Oh, that's what I felt. And I very much don't like to make decisions or make grand claims just based on my own feelings,
right.
Because I think they need to be validated. So we decided, well, let's do a survey. I mean, that's a good starting point to at least get some data points that isn't just me being kind of pissed off about things and being like, oh.
Awesome. So can you talk us through some of those initial results?
Yeah, sure. So we've had 275 respondents so far. I see maybe 200 to 300 people in this room, so if you haven't responded, maybe we'll get another 200 there. We'll have a QR code at the end for you to fill it in. We've had more women than men fill it in. So really encourage men to fill it in as well, because we want to get really rich data sets, and if only women fill it in, we won't have any points of comparison. And I want to be surprised. I don't want to just validate my own biases and my own assumptions. So I'll go through a couple of the stats because, like I said, the survey's still open. We're going to publish a full report, which we'll share around September time. So these are some of the policies that we asked, and I can't actually see because it's very small here. So the thing that really stands out for this one on me is around flexible working. Flexible working is hugely important for anyone who's got caring responsibilities. Being able to balance both your work and the other responsibilities that you've got in your life, whether that is, children, whether that's a partner who you need to care for, or your parents. We go through these phases of caring within our life. And so WordPress businesses, because we're open source and we're kind of used to working remotely, and we're kind of used to we're going to write code whenever. It's like middle of the night or middle of the day and interacting in an asynchronous way. So kind of set up for that. And great to see some organizations have got enhanced parental leave. That's really important. But a lot of the other sort of policies that support women, say around childcare, around menopause, around breastfeeding, pay transparency. It's kind of behind, I would say, in this. What do you think, Dee?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the flexible working thing is almost a byproduct of the way that we kind of work, and that we're seeing more and more in the market people talking about menopause leave, which is, fairly newly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, menopause is fairly newly discussed, but it's going even further into the workplace now, which is really great. But just this whole sense of making those policies and being transparent and clear about it, it makes a big difference to the kind of people that you can actually attract if you are trying to increase the diversity in your workplace.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also quite involved with like the remote work community, which is kind of adjacent to WordPress. And the whole thing there is like flexible working, remote work is not a benefit. It's just part of your operating model. So actually, when you take away thinking about that as a benefit, a lot of the WordPress companies have got work to do. I mean, we all have work to do. So this question is around, because I can't see it.
Well, it's the people or persons who usually spearhead gender issues at your company.
Yeah.
What I think the thing that's telling for me, we can see there that the majority that are taking that on are women or gender diverse. Very small percentage of men spearheading that. But I thought that was interesting just how few people know who's spearheading it.
Absolutely.
So that says to me either it's not something that's been talked about or it's not clear and transparent within the company.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we saw earlier, 4% of the CEOs of WordPress companies are women. The rest majority of the rest are men. And men hold the power often. These are often the founders. They, you might be the only woman on a male executive team or a leadership team, but it's the women who are having to push into those spaces. So you're already starting from a space where you don't have power. I mean, you might have some nominal power because of your role, but you don't. The men by default generally have got power, but you're having to push into that space and to have more men actually spearhead gender issues. And I know sometimes when I speak to men about it, they're like, but it's really weird for a man to, be that person. And I feel kind of awkward and I feel like I'm stepping into women's spaces. But I think taking responsibility for as a company, for you as a leader is really important.
And opening up those spaces so that it is sharing that load.
Yep. Let's go on. So this one is around office housework. So when it comes back to validating assumptions, my assumption was that women were going to be putting 80% on this and men were going to be putting 2%. But it's a lot closer than I thought. But definitely, I certainly find myself as the note taker or the dinner booker or I do book excellent restaurants.
I work in a hybrid situation at the moment, so we're in the office 2 days a week. And it's the guys that leave the pots and pans floating around or finish their cup of coffee and leave it on the desk. And it's often the women complaining to each other going, we're just going to leave them there so that somebody else will tidy.
I am one of the people who leaves their coffee cups and their plates I'm a total mess. Apologies to everyone I work with or ever share an Airbnb with. I'm terrible. So the next one is...
Have you been mistaken for someone in a non-technical role, if you are in a technical role? Much smaller percentage of men being mistaken for being technical, much larger. 29% of women have been mistaken for something else.
How does that gel with your own experiences?
Well, it's been a long time since I've worked in a technical role, and because I'm generally a project manager, actually seem to be conforming to the type, because there's a lot more women I've worked with that are project managers than men.
Yeah, I do get an assumption, not that I'm in a technical role, but I've been involved with WordPress for a long time, and people often assume that I don't really know, about functions, don't know about PHP, and it's just they have to dumb it down for me, despite the fact that I've written lots of technical documentation, and I have code running in WordPress.org. It's really bad, but I think it's still there, so don't blame me if WordPress.org goes down. But yeah, there is a general assumption I don't know, and you should never assume that about anyone. You shouldn't assume that a male is a developer and a woman not a developer, or that she doesn't know about technical things. This is my final encouragement for you all to take the survey before I go on to talking about some of the ways that we can fix the ladder, because I feel like we've spent a lot of time talking. But so Miriam Schwab from Elementor, who's always a great supporter, she took the survey, and just read out a little bit of this. She says, the survey helped me really hone in on what factors can indicate a gender equality issue in an organization and what to keep an eye on. Just filling it out was an insightful exercise in and of itself. So really, I encourage you all to fill it in, because we will have a rich data set in which to give all of you a report, which then you can use to support your own organization. But also you'll get some tips just by taking it.
Exactly. Okay, so let's talk about what WordPress businesses can do. Where do we start?
Yeah, so we called this presentation "Fixing the Ladder" because we talk a lot about the glass ceiling, which have women face. But in the most recent, McKinsey does a study every year, report on gender diversity in the industries, and they talked in the most recent one about fixing the ladder, and that the issue is not the glass ceiling at the top; it's that first rung of the ladder. So getting women from IC roles into that entry-level management. And what happens is that there is like a funneling. So for every 100 men promoted into an entry-level management role, only 87 women are promoted. And it's even worse for women of color. Only 82% receive promotions for every man. So you can see, then at the next stage, the pool is smaller, and then the pool is smaller again, and then the pool is smaller. And if we can get more women into those entry-level management positions, you will be creating a bigger pool for those roles further along.
Right.
And this is like, I can't read the stat. This says, so in EU countries, 33.8% of positions in senior management are held by women. This is statistics put together by the European Union. Women are 48.5%, nearly half of the workforce, but much less representation at senior management. Only 39.5% are managers at a more junior level. So you can see at each stage it gets smaller. So this is from the survey. And it's kind of the same story. 54% of people who responded to the survey report to a man. Only 24% report to a woman. So there is a similar pattern in WordPress in that the managers are generally men. And of course, because it's WordPress and a lot of companies are just like super chaotic or whatever, often people don't have managers as well. Okay. Oh.
So when we were putting this together, you talked about the importance of using data to improve the outcomes and experience for women. How can organizations use data, and what impact can their use of that data have on women?
Yeah, so my previous role at Human was in people operations. So we're really lucky these days because we've got loads of great HR systems. We use HiBob, but there's like Personio or Bamboo, and I know everybody kind of hates them, but they're also great. And they give us loads of data that we can then use to track what is actually going on within our companies. Same with like application tracking systems like Workable or Bullhorn. Yeah, there's tons of them. We all use them. We all love them and hate them. And so this can help us track the whole way along the employee and hiring life cycle, like where we've got issues. So like things like hiring data. Are we getting a diverse pipeline? Are we successfully appointing diverse candidates? Where are the areas where we can make improvements? And there's things like promotion. Are women being promoted into the company, into more management roles at the same sort of rate as men? Attrition is another one. What's the average tenure of women in the company versus men? If more women are leaving or have a shorter tenure, like why is that? It gives an opportunity to figure out why that is. And obviously salary data. Are women paid equitably to men in the same role? There's also things like performance ratings. So looking at your managers, how they're rating performance for women versus men. Are there unconscious bias? I mean, that's so important to be looking at things like that. And then engagement as well, of course. Engagement is such a powerful leading indicator of attrition. If you've got a low, certainly at Human Made, we've seen this, if your engagement drops for a team and stays low, you often see like an exodus.
Yeah.
And I think there's a really important aspect of intersectionality in terms of data as well. You know, you want to not just look at women generally, but then there's people who've got other marginalized identities, so women who are LGBTQ+, or women of color, and so you need to like dig into those metrics to figure out really what's going on. Yeah. Another thing that you can do is you can look at external benchmarks. So in our survey, we've asked some of the same questions as the McKinsey study so that we can reflect on like, how are we doing within the industry?
Yeah.
But anyway, let's talk about that first rung of the ladder. So companies decided that they are committed to make leadership spaces available to women, management spaces.
Yeah.
How do they do it?
I think one of the most important things is making diversity and inclusion a core part of the strategy. This is not an add-on. This is not a bolt-on or an extension or a plug-in, really. Actually, that this becomes okay. So this is something that we're dedicated to, that we're really intentional about. That means being committed to the change, because this is a big change, and it does reflect a change in the company. It reflects personal change, often in attitudes. So. You need to be committed to go through that change and then to lead your team through that change. It requires actively focusing on implicit bias and identifying it and helping people. And certainly personally, one of the most powerful things that happened for me was just in the training that we've done together was just fascinating to go, I had no idea that I had these blind spots. And being able to recognize them and see them and address them has been really powerful.
It's so hard though, like, because you're just like, you don't want to have blind spots. You want to be like really right on all the time, and then you're like, actually no, we all have our biases, and we all have to, you know, the responsibility is not to not have bias, but to recognize bias
and understand
and then put in measures to work against that.
Exactly. Creating leadership plans and pathways. There's also needs to be leadership and commitment from the top. This is not just we're putting somebody in middle management to help organize this. This is this commitment from the top and leadership from them, which, as we've seen, the large percentage of men on this whole transformative journey. You need to bring your whole leadership team along and have their commitment and dedication to the process as well. There needs to be inclusion baked into your succession planning and setting measurable goals, increasing numbers of women leaders, and instituting and executing plans that will actually make that happen.
Yeah, I think that the idea that it's not an add-on is so important. And to be honest, I've been an asshole. Like, I've just been like, oh, yeah, well, I'm not really thinking about diversity at the minute because I've got to make money, got to make money. But actually, especially doing all of this work as part of WP Includes, I just see how short-sighted that is.
Yeah.
And I think WordPress business, when you're on that sort of pre-growth journey, that's the time to do it.
Yeah.
Because once you are like hiring lots, it becomes way more difficult.
Exactly. So how can we make sure that women are ready for management or men are ready for those opportunities as they come along?
Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit about sponsorship. When I started WP Includes with Francesca and then with Dee, Francesca said to me, mentorships is all well and good, but women are over-mentored and under-sponsored. And I was like, yeah, cool. Sounds like something you'd put on a cup. And didn't really know what it meant. But then in preparing for this talk, I did obviously research. I didn't just get up and stand and talk shit. And I learned a lot more about sponsorship and what it is. And actually, I was like, oh yeah, you're right. That is not a slogan. That is so important. And it's such an important thing. So what is sponsorship? So sponsorship is a kind of helping relationship in which senior, powerful people use their personal clout to talk up, advocate for, and place more junior people in a key role. Have I got a quote that I can read out? No. I'm going to read this out. So while a mentor is someone who has knowledge and will share it with you, a sponsor is a person who has power and will use it for you.
Yeah.
And I think that's really the difference between WP Includes and, say, the business you work for. Like, we want to mentor women and provide them with our knowledge of and experience and support. But actually, what really matters is sponsorship, like internal sponsorship. And that's kind of hard for people because you're using your own personal capital to advocate for somebody who's more junior than you. And there's a certain amount of risk there, and so it's really important that you build relationships with people, with women or other people in other minorities who you could sponsor. So when I was reading about this, I was like, oh shit, yeah, I've done this. I've sponsored like women and created, for example, with WordCamp Europe, like when I was lead organizer in Seville, I was like, I need a successor, and so I'm going to mentor this person, and they are going to take the leadership, and thinking about it in that way. And I think the really important thing about sponsorship versus mentorship is if you have a sponsor, they're going to advocate for you when you're not there. You won't even know that they are saying, this is a great person, they should have this opportunity. And certainly I've done it in the past. I haven't done it over the past 2 years because I haven't really thought about it. I'm starting to do it again and starting to think, okay, these are talented women within my organization. Let's create opportunities for them.
I think one of the things that's interesting in that too is we tend to also sponsor or think about the people that are like us.
Yes, absolutely.
And so one of the challenges that we have is actually putting that outside of, for me, sponsoring another woman, or actually for the men that are in these leadership positions, actually not just thinking about the guy that that you've connected, that you get along really well with, is also thinking about, well, who are the women that could also come in here into this space and actually be actively fostering that.
Yeah,
well.
when I think about those like spaces, so in terms of people in similar with you, well, if you get a big group of blokes, maybe a couple of women there, but they're all like the WordPress Community Summit, like you're building that network, you build those relationships, you build those trust, and then you're like, oh, I remember that person, and I'm going to put them forward for that thing. Yeah. But you need to actively go out of your way to like learn about and get to know people who are not the normal people who you normally just gravitate towards.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. You don't just have to like put people forward for projects or use up your social capital. So things you can do like help them to strategize about how they can get ahead in your company. You can connect them. That's really a great way to help people, is to connect them to other people in your network who you think could help them. Talk them up to other people. Say, Dee is great. Talk to Dee. You should talk to Dee. Dee is great. Share what they post on social media. And I think really suggest them for projects that they could own and show, that would help them to progress within their career.
Right.
So I guess a final thought on sponsorship.
Oh, carry on. I'm getting ahead of myself.
You're getting ahead of yourself. No, I just wanted to say one final thing. 4% of WordPress 5 for the Future organizations are led by women. Most of them are led by men. And so those men can find women to sponsor within those organizations and create opportunities to them. And you're the people. You're the people who make opportunities for women. I will do my best, but there's so few women that the opportunities that we can create are limited. So it really is a call to all of you to sponsor women, sponsor particularly women of color, women who are LGBTQ+, who are also very underrepresented, and that's where we will see change.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry for getting ahead. So I'm going to ask you a question now, is that right?
You are.
I am. Okay, so one of the things I hear from leadership teams, and I say myself, to be honest, is they don't know where or how to recruit senior women. And I have really struggled with that, particularly into sales, commercial roles. There's very few women in the talent pool, and in engineering roles as well. Mm-hmm. They're kind of unicorns. So what advice do you have for them?
Implement sponsorship programs so that actually just becomes baked into the process, where senior leaders advocate for high potential women, helping them navigate career path and gain visibility. Actively creating spaces in your networking programs for women. be transparent about salaries and offer competitive salaries, and mandate, I mean, there's a whole list, but mandate the percentage of women candidates must be interviewed for leadership roles. And I think that's one's really important. You hear so often that, oh, well, we just didn't get enough applicants, or the applicants that we get that weren't enough, but that actively strategizing and hiring and actually going out there rather than just waiting for everybody to come to you, I think is really, really important.
Yeah, I think that what you said about networking, you said networking first.
I did say networking.
So we were at the Scale Consortium event on Wednesday night, and I was super impressed that so many women were there. And I think events like those, inviting women to those, both those who are in leadership roles and who have potential, so they can create networks and also maybe meet someone from another company who might put them into a VP or C-level position. That's really, really important. Just that those spaces have got to be inclusive.
I think there's some other, the one that stuck out for me that was interesting was incentivizing your referral targets. So if you have referral programs within your organization where if somebody introduces someone to the company, and I was certainly introduced to Human Made. I don't know if Pete and Bronson got a referral for that. But,
I don't know.
but certainly, if you have those kind of programs in place, actually adjust it so that there are increased incentives for referring women, and also, of course, don't overlook the existing talent. It's actually having programs in or structures within your organisation. That is recognising and nurturing all the talent, obviously, but focusing on not just nurturing people for where they are and maybe that next step, but also looking further ahead to where else they might be able to contribute.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think for succession planning comes in
Of
as well.
course, yeah, it's all part and parcel of that.
Like having a succession plan for where women are the successors of people in management or senior roles is like a great way to start bringing women through your organization.
And the last one I have on my list is creating programs to train and support women who are returning to the workforce.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, something that I've been reflecting on at Human Made is like, we're not doing loads of hiring at the minute, so this is the time to hire women, because when you're in like a high growth period, you're getting loads of candidates, loads and loads of men candidates in your hiring pipeline, and you're just like, I need to hire, and then all of a sudden you're like looking around the room and you're like, oh everybody looks the same.
Yeah.
So like when you're hiring slowly in a less reactive manner, you can really that's the time that you can really factor that in.
So you've recruited your first, or your female leader. How do you make her feel welcome and set her up for success?
Yeah, so I have been the only woman on a all-male executive team. Some of whom are here, over there. And I have to say, when the first women joined the executive team, I was also there, I was just much happier. I mean, I felt much more comfortable within my role. And, generally work day to day, it was fine, but certainly there was times when we were away together that I'd just be like, it'd be really nice to have a woman here as well. It's just, because you feel I'm different, and you always are aware that you're different. And so having someone who's similar to you really helps you to build that psychological safety that is really important. So I think, one of the things that Francesca and I talked about before this presentation was how, when she became the first female leader at XWP, how welcome they made her feel. And they went out of their way to welcome her and to try to figure out, okay, well, the dynamics of this team are going to be different now, and so we have to think about that. And actually, it shouldn't be the woman's responsibility to change and think about all of those dynamics. It's the team's responsibility, and you've got to know that the whole team has got to know the value of a diverse team. And I think something that's key for me and kind of gets forgotten is it's really important to celebrate the different ways one can be a leader. Leadership is often associated with sort of aggression and being very directional and very hierarchical, and that's, often women's skill sets are slightly different. So there was a study by Catalyst. I'm going to read some of the quote, but I can't see the whole thing. So it says that women leaders are subjected to extreme perceptions, and So I'm just going to paraphrase this a little bit. So when women act in gender-consistent ways, so you're cooperative, relationship-focused, you're perceived as being too soft to be a leader. But when you are gender inconsistent, when you're authoritative, you're ambitious, you're pushy, and you focus on being, you're viewed as too tough. And you're accused of acting as a man and being overly aggressive. So it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter if you are, acting in ways that are consistent with you, or if you're like really trying to like lean in and be like, ugh. You can't win. You can't win. And that is something that women always have to face. And women in leadership roles, are faced with it all of the time.
Yeah. There's much more to talk about, and we'll be sharing more about how you can support women and other minority groups in the results of the survey.
So we have got the survey will be closing at the end of June. Please fill it in. Please give it to everybody in your companies to fill in. What we want to achieve here is to, we'll share the survey results in an anonymous and confidential way, but also talk about the things that the WordPress businesses specifically can do to get more women into leadership roles in their organizations. And so we want it to be something like that's really, really helpful.
Yeah.
I think some people, when we were doing it, were like, oh, you're just doing this to shame men. I don't care. I don't want to shame men. Preaching, why waste your time doing that? Yeah. This is about helping us all get better as a community. So also, we're currently looking for new mentors and mentees for WP Includes. The last, it's like a 5-month program. It went really well. Everyone got a lot out of it. So if you would like to apply, you can do that through the website. And finally, if you want to chat to us, we're going to go to the Do the Woo. Does that say 3 p.m.? It's not at 3 p.m. It's at 12:30 p.m. Oh, get past the slide. So we'll be at the Do the Woo thing at 12:30, not 3. And you can just come and chat with us about, well, anything, but particularly this. I want to thank crowd favorite Human Made Next WP, who have been supporting us, and we don't want women to do free labor, so we were paying someone to do all of the research and the report for us, and it's really important. So finally, take the survey. There's a QR code. We made it easy for you. Just get that QR code, take the survey, share it with your organization. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
So, we had so much to talk about, and you talked about a lot of stuff.
Oh, we packed in a lot, didn't we?
Yes. Congratulations, yeah. Thank you. We learned a lot.
Thank you.
And I think you should be on the stage every WordCamp.
We'll do it.
Have a little present.
Thank you very much.
Oh, this is super nice. Yes.
We have 3 minutes, so if one of you has a very good question in mind, you want to ask these two ladies. We have one microphone, and I see James standing there.
Hello.
Hi, James.
Hi.
There he is.
My question, so a lot of the things that you spoke about around programs and leadership roles for women are great when your organization is large enough to have those levels available. I'm curious if you have any thoughts for probably the majority of WordPress companies that are maybe 30 people and under, or even less, 15 and under, how they can be proactively working to create opportunities for women when maybe there aren't leadership roles available and won't be for a while.
Yeah. Great question. That is true. Like, a lot of WordPress organizations are pretty small, and it takes a while to scale into needing like hierarchy. I think the sort of succession planning, like internal sponsorship, is really important, and sponsoring and creating opportunities for women within your own organization and outside your organization. So things like getting them to represent you at WordCamp, speaking at WordCamps, and providing potentially providing speaker training for them, and helping them to progress within their career, because there's leadership as a title, and then there's leadership that you do just by being part of your team. And I think supporting women to do that
I feel like there's hiring, we do tend, even while you're small, you do tend to hire people that are like you.
You do, yes.
So be actively hiring and looking to hire.
Absolutely.
And even in some of that process, I mean, a lot of the stuff that we didn't have time to talk about was and how you attract women. So it's writing your job descriptions that are female friendly or obvious about some of those kinds of things. So hire more women so that as you grow, you're starting with a wide pool rather than that narrow pool.
Yeah,
Already.
be the type of company that a woman wants to work at. Like I have been at WordCamps, and sometimes companies represent themselves as very male.
Yep.
And I would be like, I'm not going to work there.
Yeah.
So I think always being aware of that, and this is really important.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. Another great applause for Dee and Siobhan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For having us. Yeah, isn't it?
Well done. Oh, I'm still on.
And we are,
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. We're breaking for 15 minutes. It's 12 o'clock. We'll meet again at 12:15 for Rehumanizing the Web with Fernando Telado. Think about the National Park rule here. Please bring everything that you brought in, take it with you out, including the empty cups. And I'll see you back here at 12:15. good question. Well, hello, we're back. And you are back. Thank you so much. Yeah. While my microphone is hot, I want to remind you that lunch will be served at 1 o'clock. But before, there's a group photo that will be done at the stairs outside, right? Or where is it? Yeah. So we need to find out where the group photo is, and I'll tell you before Fernando is done. Yeah. For the lunch, you saw it yesterday, there are 8 lines in Hall 1 and 8 lines in Hall 3. If you find a line that's too long, take another one. And if you have dietary preferences, look for the towers that have the words on it. There are 4 lanes for omnivore, 1 for vegan and vegetarian, 1 for halal, and 1 for gluten and lactose free. Yeah, so that's it for today, for this announcement here. At 2 o'clock, there is the walking tour, which meets at Piazza Castello in Turin. And if you leave maybe half an hour after 1, you probably catch it going with the metro. All right, so next speaker is Fernando Tellado from Spain, and he discovered WordPress 18 years ago. WordPress is only 20 years old, so yes, from the beginning.
Pretty old.
And has dedicated his work to being a WordPress teacher, a blogger, a writer, a speaker, and developer. He provides WordPress and WooCommerce online courses, consulting, and web maintenance services. He's responsible for the leading Spanish blog about WordPress called ayudawp.com. Check it out. And he is a brand ambassador for SiteGround. I welcome Fernando to Rehumanizing the Web.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very, very proud to see a lot of people here and to spend some time with me this morning. I'm going to talk about a story that began no less than 3.2 million years ago. From today or not, I don't know. At this moment, it's going to be this long history from too much long to today. I think we all know who she is. Do someone? Whose name is? Flexibly, Lucy, recognized as one of the first ancestors. Lucy died around 3.2 million years ago when she fell out of the tree. That is supposed to. And what we know is an Ethiopia. And she belongs to what is known as Australopithecus afarensis. Her bones were discovered in 1974, and she's considered the grandmother of mankind, or follow we. Also, there have been later discoveries like Childs and so on. What made Lucy and her contemporaries different from other hominids is that due to her fossil structure, she walked upright, in the first one. And we could have been an evolutionary, a nutritional advantage, and she has not access to more food, among the other improvements like, for example, the opposable thumb and so on. Okay? Any know what is this? A stone? It's a rock? No? Yes, but it has some peculiarities. It is known as a chopper and was found in Oldu Valley, Oldu Pay in Maasai languages, in Africa in 1931. It's dated 1.8 8 million years ago. And early humans in Africa, in East Africa, used a hammerstone in order to strike stones and produce sharp flakes. That's called the name of choppers, that chops, okay? They use these stone tools for a variety of purposes, including extracting meat and bone marrows from large animals like antelopes and so on. Flakes were removed from this stone core, creating a sharp edge. Imagine using this kind of chop through the shoulder of an antelope or so on. This early stone age chopper is the oldest human-made artifact known. But what I say is the oldest human-made artifact. Excuse me. Why not this other ape? All of we are not all about apes. Why do we know that chopper was created by an ancient human and not an ape? And some cute ape, for example. We know, all of we know, that apes could be really clever. They can use all kinds of tools, including stones, and can analyze situations and develop solutions to every kind of problems, or almost every kind of problem. They are very clever apes that learn routines, basic routines, back routines. The most clever or apes can be taught to imitate anything, imitate anything, and to use almost any tool. They can even discover tools by their own, recently proven that use natural medicines, for example, to cure wounds themselves. This is very recently, but it's found recently that they can do these kind of things, discover medicines for themselves. Plus, they are so cute. Everyone loves apes. But can apes really think? This is not a nomocentric or anything like that. We are simply going to refer to apes, okay? Although they have charisma to spare, they have plenty of it. I love apes. I think everyone loves apes. Apes are one of the steps short of being considered human, or what we understand as humans, as ourselves. Lucy had something that sets her apart from this cute and clever ape. She had the ability to imagine what the stone is going to become. That's the huge difference. To imagine the chopper that cuts the toughness meat. That was the main difference from Lucy, from any other ape. Right? Likewise, humans can imagine and create artificial intelligence of all kinds. But AI, like apes, can imagine from scratch. Only humans can create really something from scratch and imagine in the first place. Years ago, it has discovered that there is an area of the prefrontal cortex unique to humans. This is shown in this picture. It's just about the eyebrows and with a multitude of connections. It's a very special area of the brain that deals with the more complex areas, human areas of the brain, precisely those that make us as we know as human. Areas that self-awareness, emotions, creativity, planification, innovation of primary impulses, and cooperative work that we can see a lot of here in WordCamp Europe, for example. I'm referring to this red area, unique to humans, absolutely unique to humans, responsible for all these very important and cognitive differences, okay? Named as ventrolateral frontal cortex area. The red one, the red area. This is the name, the correct name. The prefrontal area of the cortex is vitally important for everything that distinguishes us as evolved humans. And one of them is the ability to analyze different points of view, to reason, even to disagree, as you can disagree from me. Okay. We're talking about this. I remember yesterday with an interview with a person of the UWP Tavern. We were talking about all the concerns we have about the AI and the results of what is going to be, what is going to happen after the actual AI events, new AIs, new generative AIs, and so on. Well, we are talking about AI because there are a lot of things related to AIs. I think more there is very special important in learning. We must put the focus always in learning for the next generations, in education, as the source of our humanity. That's for me the most important part in order to talk about the AI. What's that? Calculator, no? Right, okay. I think we all agree that it's a tool, it's a great tool. Same thing. It's a tool, okay? And this other is a tool, okay? Right? They all are tools, including artificial intelligence. They are tools that are very good tools for all of us. All of these things are tools that help us to automate tasks and consequently to avoid repetitive tasks and disable tasks, as almost. But yes, there is a but. There are some buts. This is my first but. There is nothing magical related AI, in my opinion. AI has been used to reproduce a simulation of how to enlarge a Van Gogh painting, for example, by mimicking this art. And have been reinterpreted into Van Gogh's self-portraits. But only Van Gogh was able to create art. That's the main difference. The AI cannot imagine the world around us, even if I can interpret it. Can interpret it, can make copies or similar copies, but cannot imagine the world. Only human is being capable to imagine our world and its essence, and the future essence of the world, not the actual essence or the past essence of the world. The AI is very capable to work about things yet created, but not to be created. When we talk about artificial intelligence, we are accepting two main lies. One, there is no real intelligence but machine learning. In reality, it's machine learning, which learns from human knowledge and intuition, and it's not really artificial, either because it's created by humans, to imitate humans, but created by humans. So it's not at all artificial. Okay? Because it's also among the intention, almost among the intentions of ambitions of the human being to achieve an improvement version of himself, of ourselves. It has been an ambition for human being from years, from decades. Right? And there's nothing wrong with it. But there are some truths about the AI too. And we must remember, there are nice tools. All things we can assume, we can agree, we can assume it. It's a very nice tool. They can automate processes and avoid repetitive fields. It's okay. We are all okay about it. But we can agree at this or 21st century calculators. It's a very, very good tool for all of us. I don't know who's the person who's the minutes. Okay. Okay. The timing? Ah. I don't know if I am on time or not. Excuse me. Excuse me. Well, another but. Another but has some peculiar behaviors. AI they are very peculiar. Another behaviors they have is that not empathy and emotional intelligence. There is absolutely human. There are no empathy. You cannot wait for empathy from from the AI, okay? is biased depending on what programmer they are. That's the reality. Always is someone behind the AI. The AI at this moment can create itself. It's okay. And it will make your answers just to please you. You can take the AI to you, or near to you, in order to discuss with you, and you are always to have the reason, the last reason, because the AI tends to place you everywhere. Okay? And if you pressure, it will agree with you, even if it's a lie. Because I think the first people who program, who code an AI, it was a mother. Because you know that mother always said their daughters, please daughter, be nice. And that, at the end, I think is the first and main mandatory command to every AI, be nice. And at the end, all AIs are going to be nice to you. Another bad, yes, there are more bads. Another bad is they are good tools to everyone, or can be okay, but should have people use these tools to any point in this evolutionary process? Do you think everyone should use these tools? Everyone. Every one of us here could be. We are going to remember this picture about the prefrontal cortex, okay? There is a problem. The problem when we use these tools is that these tools were not well established prior training all the knowledge. I am trying to understand, to explain. They tend to disperse our attention. And it is not very important for us, the adults, humans, the human adults, but it's different for child. This is especially serious for children. This is the same thing as the social media connection, the social media platforms. They disperse our attention, and these immediate responses are not good for any human, and especially not good for children. And we must take care for our children, because the children are the future of the humanity, are the future of the society we know. We must maintain at least our ethics in every aspect of our life, not thinking about us, that we are adults, but thinking about what we want to let to our children. And the way we treat these tools, or we deal with these tools, is going to be very important in order what world we are going to have, excuse me. When we give calculators, computers, smartphones to children, we are stopping them from learn from the basics about how calculations are, how computing is, how to code, okay, how communications really works. Communication are not at infinite scroll, like on TikTok. There are a lot of children and adults that are absolutely led by the infinite scroll. Okay. 30 minutes. Okay. Thank you. What is? Okay. TikTok. TikTok leads us to the infinite scroll. Are communication led by infinite scroll with your parents, your relatives, your friends? No, it's not even. We must educate the new generation to really good communication, not social media communication or AI communication. Their importances are different for human importances. Their algorithms are programs in order to get you inside the tool, not to use the tool. Okay? These tools are great for engineers, mathematicians, and any other technical professionals. No one can imagine a mathematician without a calculator, or a coder without a computer, or include ChatGPT. But a computer, a programmer knows how to code and can use these tools in order to help him or her to code better, or to code faster, not to code better. but you need to know how to code in the first place. Okay? Always knowing what is doing the tool. You must know how the tool works inside the tool. It's very important for us. We live in an open source community. We work all about open source. We work with WordPress. We must demand that at least the society, the political, in our institutions, if they're going to use AIs, the AIs must be open source, because we need to know where the data is going to go, where it's going to be stored, or how it's going there to use our data. Okay? And we haven't to embrace any AI by the capabilities. Yes, but we must get inside the tool in order to know how it is working, in order to give us responses, answers about our questions, but what the tool is going to do with our data, with our questions and with our answers. I am very pro technology, I'm very pro AI, but I need to know where are they going to do with my data. And we must demand it. We can demand it to every plugin, or WordPress plugin or WordPress theme. We must demand it for the AI, okay? And especially for our children. We can be totally fluid about our data, but not about our children's data, okay? Well, it's the same problem when someone tries to develop. I was talking about it. They're not going to teach us how to code. And at the last moment, we could indeed forbid or forget how to code. It will always let the AI code for us. This is especially bad for children. They are not going never to learn how to code. So we must use the tools in order to, as a tool, not as a replacement of a coder. Okay? In reality, we don't know how to program WordPress. Okay? It will waste a lot of time because we lack the context. If someone of you have used any AI to help you to code, you know that you need to always check and debug always the code. It's different like the joke, no? So, at least. Well, I think the right path allows the proper development of the prefrontal codecs, especially for children. And the correct approach is to first know the basics in order to take advantage of the efficiency offered by these useful and really efficient tools. They are very efficient, very useful, but we know we need to learn to teach and learn the basic in order to know how to use correctly. And for us, it's our responsibility, our society, to offer not the solution or the answers, but the questions and challenges that will allow the brains of the new generations to reach even greater limits of knowledge, awareness and sustainability. Do we want to continue to have great creators and artists of the future? This is a question that we must do to us. Do we want to make a difference as Lucy and others or our ancestors did? Let us teach, all of us, teach the new generations to create these new tools, the new assistants, the new non-artificial, no-intelligence of the future. Instead, the new AIs of the future. But let us, the children, learn how to build the new tools for the future. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Fernando.
Excuse me about the intensity of the questions and the lack of answers.
So we have Well, quite a few minutes for Q&A. So if you have a question for Fernando on the Rehumanizing the Web, we have 2 microphones in the aisles. Yeah, there or there. And please make sure that you keep the questions short so we get all the questions answered.
So we must go to make the picture, no? Today is the community picture.
Right, but we have still time. So what's your question?
Hello, Fernando. Thank you for your talk.
Thank you very much.
Easy and quick. Humanity is making great tools, like you mentioned, AI, but it's also the same with social networks, and they all are lacking the attention, the retention of attention of humans. So do you think we should put the same effort like creating these new tools in education offline to empower the creation and new way of thinking on childs? Because AI, yes, it gives a lot of good code, but also people use them like not understanding what are the solutions that is bringing these tools. So do we put the same effort on creating this new way of education?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. I think we must put more effort in order to educate not only our children, but ourselves, because we can think about ourselves that we are already educated to deal with these new tools or platforms, but that's not the truth. You can see a child, a 12-year-old child, and a 50-year-old not child using the same way TikTok, and this is a problem of education in the child, but in the adult too. So we must educate not only the children, the adults too. There is no book on instructions in order to use the social media, for example, because the people who want us inside the social media don't want that we know how to deal with these tools. They want us to consume the tool, not use the tool. We must educate in the first place ourselves, and afterward, child, I think.
Good. Next question.
Good morning. My name is Stefan, and I'm song maker. And I'm going through the trains with my guitar, and I sing my songs very quiet. And I saw that there is no talking anymore. Everybody is looking in their smartphones. Nobody talks with me, and I present my songs, and I want to know what can we do that people talk again together.
What can we do? Excuse me.
What can we do that people talk again together more in the public?
I don't have an answer to that question. It's too much deep for me. Sorry. We can talk afterwards to reach to some point, but I don't have an answer for your question at the moment. I prefer to talk with you afterwards in order to understand better. Excuse me.
Good. Next question.
Hola, Fernando. Do you think we need to rethink and reshape the methodology and the structures of the educational system? And if so, where should we start?
I don't think so. I don't think the human creativity must flow freely. We must be able to understand the new challenges and to take enough time for us and for new generations to think about what new technologies are giving us at the moment and what cannot give us. What are the pros, what are the cons of every technology? This is a matter of time, and this is the more priceless good in the earth, time. So it's very difficult to deal with it. We need more time in order to assume what is happening around us, because everything goes too fast. There are no easy response.
So more reflection.
Time. We need time.
All right, next question. Thank you.
Hello, Fernando.
Hello.
I am a robot and really like your talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No, just kidding. Thank you. You're very brave man to say that about artificial intelligence. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Hello, Fernando. Thank you for
Hello,
the talk.
thank you.
I wanted to ask you, how do we balance being humans
Yeah.
and being creative with staying competitive in the age of AI? Because I think in the end, if we're not going to be competitive, the end user is not going to be romantic,
Yeah.
you know, and just choose something because it's done by humans. You know, just like with a car, you prefer a car that it's better, not a car that it's
Human made.
yeah, with the hammer by a guy here in Fiat building, you know. So how do we find that balance?
Yeah.
You know, strive for humanness and competitiveness. You know, integrating the tools.
The eternal battle between the vintage or the well-made things and quickly made things, no, or efficiently made things. It's a very good question, a very good new optic and topic to talk about what is going to happen with the new works. There are a lot of people that are going to lose their works, as in the past with the Industrial Revolution. And I think AIs are going to get rid of a lot of non-useful unuseful steps or stacks, but not the most important. I think artisans are going to have a place always, as now. I can give you examples. For example, the vinyls in front versus the CDs. Today have more future an LP on vinyl than on CD because of the streaming. It's very strange. But 10 years ago, no one gives $1 a buck for a vinyl. And at this moment, vinyls are refloating as an industry. I think it's the same for craftsmen or artisans. At the end, they are going to be goods for consumption and goods to enjoy. And in a society that is going to be more enjoyable, I think everyone who is capable to make end products that make enjoy people by the craftsmen or the arts or the style is going to have always a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elio?
Hola, Fernando.
Hola, Elio.
I have two questions. One is,
okay.
how do you draw the line between, because AI is coming, whether we like it or not, so how do you draw the line between introducing AI into our lives and the overly reliance on them? And the second was, do you know of any examples of companies around the web that are already working on rehumanizing this?
Companies that are now doing what?
That are already working on this, as you say, rehumanizing the web.
The most people I hear about rehumanizing the web is the most of them are CEOs of ex-CEOs of startups, AI startups, that knows how the tool works, and they are noticing all us about the risks of the AIs. Not companies, but persons. And I don't know where to put the line. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Fernando, the question, you use AI as a tool.
Excuse me.
You use AI as a tool, using for what?
No, I can hear you the second part of your question. Put the mic.
In another way, AI is a tool.
Yeah, okay.
Just like a calculator.
Okay.
in this moment, you are using it for doing what?
Me?
Yep.
For nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. I don't want to use it because I need time. I need time to learn how to use correctly the AIs. I am very pro technology. My work doesn't exist when I born. And there are a lot of people older than 30 years old that our actual works didn't exist when we were. And I'm very protect because I work thanks to new technologies. But I take my own time to learn the new technologies in order to know how to use them properly. I had tried Gemini, I had tried, but very little, in a very little efforts. I need to try them. I need to know more about how they work in the inside. And I prefer to try, in the first place, open source AIs, that there are plenty of them. But at this moment, I write by my own. I am a blogger, I'm a writer, and an artisan of thinking, nothing more. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. And I have a little present for you.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And well, thank you all for being here for the morning session. This is the last one. And today you have to work for your lunch. There is no lunch without a photo. And the photo is you go to hall 2 through there. Yes, it's an empty hall, so go just through there and follow the signs to number 2. All right, thank you so much. Yeah, no, it's not outside. It's raining outside, yes, yeah, that's why. So, yeah, thank you so much. We'll continue here at 2:30, workshops as well. And if you still want to go to the walking tour, it's raining outside, but you can still catch it at the Plaza Castillo in Torino. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful lunch, and I'll see you at the photo. Bye.
Translate Live. Composing pages with WordPress Playground. Translate Live. Composing WordPress Playground is going to change everything. First step, composing pages with patterns from a zoomed-out perspective reduces the granularity of editing while simplifying arranging, removing, and styling of entire sections of a page at a time. This provides much more confidence that a design is visually appealing all the way down the page. The idea here is that composing pages with patterns from a zoomed-out perspective reduces the granularity of editing while simplifying arranging, removing, and styling of entire sections of a page at a time. This provides much more confidence that a design is visually appealing all the way down the page. The idea here is that this experiment could become a page creation flow within WordPress, where you have the option to compose pages with your patterns. WordPress Playground is going to change everything. First up, the WordPress Blueprints community.
Translate Live is an alternative way to translate. Translate Live is an alternative way to translate plugins and themes on translate.wordpress.org. Click on the Translate Live link, and it will open up the plugin that you're planning to translate. The plugin will be loaded using the blueprint that was provided for the preview functionality in the plugin directory. Translate Live is an alternative way to Translate Live is an alternative way to translate plugins and themes on translate.wordpress.org. Click on the Translate Live link,
Composing pages with patterns.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the last phase of WordCamp Europe 2024. So, did you enjoy your lunch? Yes? All right, very good. My name is Sjoerd, and I'm the host or MC for this afternoon. We have on stage in a moment Marieke van der Raakt. She's happily married and mother of 4 children. And she has a master in sociology and studied communication sciences and obtained a social sciences PhD on the topic, and that's very interesting, like father, like son. The relationship between conviction trajectories of fathers and their sons. Now that makes me think, but I'm not going to say anything about that. She's going to talk us about procrastination. That's maybe a topic every one of us is familiar with. So let me see some hands. Who has a goal or a professional change which they want to achieve in the next week, month, year, or whatever? Can be anything. So like quit smoking, become rich, lose weight, double business figures. Can be anything. Just raise your hand if you have a goal but haven't met that one. Okay, that's quite a lot. That's perfect. So let me see hands of those who have already taken action to meet that goal. Who took action? Oh, that's less. Good. Now, so be honest to me and to yourself. Raise your hand if you haven't taken any action yet to make that goal. Be honest. Okay. I think that's your audience, Marieke. So, I'm proud of those people who told that they haven't taken action yet. Marieke, we're super excited to have you on stage. And please give her a big applause, Marieke van der Raakt. And she will talk about pivoting procrastination towards progress.
Thank you. These are not my slides. But that's okay. Oh, these are. Now it's okay. Thank you. I was already kindly introduced, so this can be relatively short. My name is Marieke van der Raakt. I am one of the owners of Emilia Capital. And Emilia Capital is an investment company, and we invest in multiple WordPress brands, but also in brands outside of the WordPress space. Before working at Emilia, I was with Joost. I am the co-founder of Joost, and I was the CEO and the co-owner when we sold the company to Newfold Digital in 2021. And before my life at Joost, as Sjoerd just told you, I was a scientist. So, before I begin this talk, I would like to explain why I am doing this talk about procrastination, because it's quite different from the talks I did before. So ever since I stopped working at Joost, and that's about a year ago, I noticed that I had a really hard time organizing my work. I was very used to working in a team. And now I was working alone, and I noticed that I was procrastinating. I was postponing things. I was even forgetting about things and not starting things. I missed my colleagues at Joost that, without them knowing, kept me on the right track, kept me in the direction of what needed my attention and what needed priority. So I've done a lot of soul searching lately. I found out a lot about my reasons for procrastinating. And for a lot of people that have worked with me, this might seem surprising. Because I think I am highly productive. I am efficient. I never meet a deadline. And I'm a reliable partner. If we work together, I'll do what we have agreed to do. But just because I'm good at it doesn't mean that this was ever easy for me, that these things came natural for me. I just, over the years, built in so many strategies and tactics on how to get things done that I now know how to get things done. But my leaving Joost exposed chaos. The system I built around me for 10 years just collapsed. And I needed to find new ways. So it forced me to look at myself. And only recently I discovered I have ADHD. This is the first time I'm saying it out loud, so it's a big thing. And that explains much of my chaos. But it also allowed me to look at me, so what am I doing that keeps me successful and keeps me getting myself motivated to do the next things? So I deep dove, I hyper-focused into the whole science around procrastination and found out so much about how you can be successful, even though you have a habit of procrastinating. And I applied that to what I love most, which is WordPress. And that whole thing led to me doing this talk, but it also led to us developing a new plugin. And with us, I mean me and our team at Emilia Capital. We just released a new plugin called Progress Planner, which is also aimed at overcoming procrastination in website maintenance. So let's begin. Today's presentation, we'll talk about website maintenance and website success. And then we'll deep dive into procrastination. What is it? And then we'll tie those two things together and talk about how to overcome procrastination of website maintenance tasks. So, what does a website need to be successful? Well, it needs to have a good design. It needs to have a solid site structure. You want to make sure it's secure because you don't want to get hacked. You need to have up-to-date content, and if we're honest, you need high-quality copy. You need to have great performance. Your website needs to be fast. You need to have good internal linking, good call to actions. You need to have an intuitive design, great landing pages, and you should optimize the whole thing for Google. So, that's a lot, right? And you know what? A website is never done. So you are never done. And the thing is with websites, people expect updated content. People just expect you to update your website. It's the main advantage that websites have over old-fashioned copy books. And we as visitors, don't allow for websites to be outdated. We don't trust that information. For books, it's far less of a problem. But just because you can update whenever you want, people also expect you to do that. But keeping everything up to date is a lot of work, especially if your website is growing. And as the internet is aging, and all of us are aging, and we are adding new websites, it becomes more and more work. So the tasks of maintaining a website can be really overwhelming. You might not know where to begin or how to keep track. But what happens if you don't properly maintain your website? Well, you could get hacked. Your content will get outdated, and that would lead to low trust. Your website probably will have more downtime, difficult word. Your website becomes slower. You'll have broken links and 404s. Your customers perhaps will be having difficulties in making purchases. You'll notice a drop in the search engines, higher bounce rate, and all in all, you will get less traffic. So, this is important stuff, this whole website maintenance thing. So why isn't this at the top of all of our priority lists? Well, let's be honest here. Website maintenance is not very exciting. It's rather boring even. So what we do, we put our efforts into other tasks. Website maintenance tasks often get neglected because of other tasks we prioritize. So what do we do? Well, one thing that actually really makes sense is to work in your actual business. So imagine you're a hairdresser and you have a website. I do understand why you would rather work in your salon and cut people's hair and dye people's hair instead of working at your website. All right, that makes sense. And then the other thing is that we, as human beings, tend to prefer adding new stuff or designing a new website or doing something else rather than maintaining the old stuff. So new and shiny is always better. We tend to focus a lot on advertising because advertising gives us measurable results. We know what we'll get if we put an ad out. And then we focus on social media. So we all know, you all know that website maintenance is important. You knew that even before you entered this room. We all know this. But what happens is that we say to ourselves, okay, we really should get started with the website maintenance stuff. And then this happens. Or this. Or, and this is my favorite, yeah. And a lot of this, and eventually will be just like this. So it's procrastination. We want to begin at our website maintenance task, but we notice that procrastination kicks in. So let's talk about procrastination. What is procrastination, and why do we procrastinate? And do we all procrastinate to the same extent? And why is procrastination so very common amongst both writers and developers? That's us, because it is. And why is the task of website maintenance particularly prone to procrastination? So procrastination is putting off a task until the very last minute or skipping the work altogether. And instead, you pursue lighter activities, like checking your social media or shopping online. So let me tell you what happens to me. I tell myself I have to write this big article about procrastination. So I have to do some research and I have to do some writing. And instead, I end up somewhere on the internet, filling out an online questionnaire, figuring out which kind of Winnie the Pooh character I am. That's what I do. I am Tigger, by the way. So I talked about this procrastination thing with my husband, and you know what he does? So he said, no, I'm supposed to be working at my slides for my WordCamp Europe presentation. He did a great job. But instead of that, I built a new plugin. And I felt like, I said, no, you're not procrastinating correctly. You should do something lighter. But what's lighter for me, shopping online, is not lighter for him. So it could really be different for different kind of people. Still made me feel really bad because he built a new plugin and I ended up with a new pair of Taylor Swift pajamas. That's common to me. Very important with the procrastination thing, it kind of happens to you. So you not really intend to postpone something, it happens. All of a sudden you're on that online quiz or something. So why do we procrastinate? So I already told you, I dove into all the scientific research there is. So let's look at what science says about this thing. So psychologists say that the first reason why people procrastinate is because there is a battle between present and future rewards, and present rewards always win. We as human beings just want immediate gratification. So if a task is tedious and boring, and we see no immediate gratification, we'll rather do something that instantly makes us feel good. So if you're procrastinating correctly, you're doing something that you enjoy. So you are doing it right. Yeah. And then the second reason is that we as human beings make really wrong assumptions about our motivation and about our time management. So we tend to think, oh, I'm not feeling like writing this article tonight, but I might be really inspired and motivated to do it tomorrow. Which doesn't make any sense, because why would you be more motivated? But we really think that. And we also think that we'll do a task much quicker than we actually need. So we think, oh, it will take me an hour and a half, and then we'll end up spending 3 hours. So making wrong assumptions, which just is like a human being thing, about time management and future motivation is a reason why we procrastinate. And then there is a third reason why people procrastinate, and a lot of people procrastinate because they're afraid that their work will not be good enough. So perfectionism, imposter syndrome, just the fear of not being good enough could be a reason why you procrastinate. What happens is that people have this idea of what they're going to build in their head, and it's so perfect. But the minute you start working on it, you're bound to run into things that don't work out or imperfections. And just the idea of never living up to your idea, that makes for procrastination. And then procrastination could be a symptom of mental illness. So let me be clear here, procrastination in itself is not a mental illness. But it could be. If you're suffering from depression, for example, you don't feel like doing anything, so it makes sense you procrastinate. Also, people suffering from OCD have a tendency towards indecision, making them procrastinate. And then there are those people that have ADHD, and because their brain works differently, they are also more prone to procrastination. But what do we tell ourselves? So we've seen what the researchers say, but if you ask people, why do you procrastinate? So they'll say that they're insecure about a task. If a task is not well specified, if you don't know exactly what the end result would be, then that could be a reason why you would procrastinate. And then there is the thing that a lot of people don't know how to start. And my son, who is 12, he recently had to study for a history test. And he just didn't start. And I said, that test is coming, you should start. And he said, I don't know how. So I sat down with him and I said, well, first make a summary and then make a list of all the important dates you have to learn. And then go ahead and read everything once more. And we had that list and he just instantly began studying. So he just didn't know how to start. It could also be the fear of me and telling him, you really should start. That motivated him, we don't know. Then people also say that they're not in the mood for a certain task and that's why they procrastinate. Or that they keep forgetting. And then there's this reason a lot of people say, I do this too, that they work better under pressure. So they need a deadline to challenge or motivate them in order to keep going. So we've looked at the reasons why we procrastinate. Do we all do it? And do we all do it to the same extent? You know, there's not a word for procrastination in Dutch. And I know this is true for other languages as well. So does this mean that Dutch people don't procrastinate? No, I wish. Everybody procrastinates. But it is weird that we don't have a word for it. We say op de lange baan schuiven. That's a Dutch saying. But it's not a word. And otherwise we would use postpone. But that's different. We all procrastinate, but there are big individual differences. Some people are much more prone to it than other people. And it could also change over the life course. So I am a woman of a certain age, and I'm not in menopause yet. That's going to be a different talk. But I'm in the first phase or level 1 of menopause, I don't know, perimenopause they call it. And I noticed that your hormones are changing, the things that women have, and that also my procrastination behavior changed. So your behavior can change over time. So there are individual differences between people and within people. So I already told you, procrastination is very common amongst writers and developers, our group of people. So why is that? Why are we such procrastinators? Well, the first reason why writers and developers procrastinate is because of the task that they are doing. They're writing. They're writing either code or they're writing text. And writing is a hard task for your brain. It asks for a lot of brain power. It asks for attention, for concentration, and creativity, unless you use ChatGPT. Then it doesn't ask for that. But if you use your own brain, it just asks a lot. And whenever a task is really hard, we tend to want to do something more fun instead and procrastinate, right? And then the other one is that the distraction is tremendous. You're always on your computer, so you'll have Slack, you'll have X, you'll have your email, you'll also have your phone somewhere, and some people have children on the back of their neck. So the fact that we all work on a computer means that we are constantly drawn out of the task we're doing, and that leads to procrastination. And let's circle back to website maintenance. Why is the task, or are the tasks of website maintenance so very prone to procrastination? Well, website maintenance means a lot of writing, and we've seen that that is exactly what we procrastinate on most, or writing code, right? It's a lot of updating, and that can be really boring and tedious, so we tend to want to not do that. We face a lot of distraction. And then, very important, if you're maintaining a website, you will hardly ever see immediate results. You'll probably have more visitors in the long run, but making changes on your website doesn't immediately lead to good results or more visitors. And that means that we will procrastinate on these tasks because we don't see an immediate effect. And if we do see effects, then results are really hard to measure. So it's hard to tell ourselves that we're doing something that is useful, although we all know what happens if you don't properly maintain a website. So how do we overcome this? So we now all know, so let me talk you through a 5-step plan on how to overcome procrastination and conquer it once and for all. It's really hard. So the first step, this is kind of an open door, is to set goals. You have to know what you want to reach with your website. Do you want to reach more traffic? Do you want to have more sales, more newsletter subscribers? And also think about what you're going to do in order to reach that. Are you going to write more articles? Are you going to update a lot of content? Are you going to improve the site speed of your website? And it's really important to set goals that are also realistic. So you're probably not going to write 80 blog posts next year. So don't set that goal. Set a goal that's something that you really can achieve. And then, and this is also very important, you should really get excited about your goals. Because if you feel like you're doing something important here, you're much less prone to procrastination. If you feel excited about what you're doing, that means something. So think about how awesome your website will be if you do the things you want to do, or how proud you will be if you finally are able to publish a new article and share it online. So that could be, or if you drive more traffic to your website, you should really envision yourself reaching those goals and get excited for it. This is hard. Yeah, think of me if you do that. I'll get excited for you. Okay, so you set your goals and you get excited about them. Now it's time to make a plan. And some people think that the goals are already the plan, but that's a mistake. So you really need to make time in your calendar in order to get working on it. Because if you don't, you know for sure you're not going to do it. So what you should do is to get that to-do list that you made of all the things you would like to do, and think about how much time it will take in order to do these tasks. Right? So maybe it will take you an hour to update a blog post, 2 hours to write a new one. That's really quick though, make it 3 hours. And then reserve room in your calendar. So put some time away and set room in your calendar to really do that. And set reminders. You have people that will do whatever they've planned to do, but most people will probably don't do that. So set reminders. Set reminders in Slack, in your calendar. Ask your husband to remind you to do something. You can do all kinds of stuff. And no matter how well you've thought everything through, things are never going exactly according to plan. So it can be really frustrating and demotivating if you never reach your goals. So what you should do is evaluate regularly and see whether or not this is doable. Because you don't have to make a perfect website, you should make progress on your website. So if you adapt your plan, you'll experience far less frustration and more success, and that will keep you going. So this all sounds really obvious, but people tend to stick to their goals even if they're not doable, and that'll make them give up. So allow yourself to adapt your goals and to adapt your plan accordingly. And then you should be really proud of yourself if you finish something. Overcoming procrastination is really hard, especially when it comes to website maintenance. So what you want to do is give your brain this success feeling and celebrate everything you're doing right. So cross off your to-do list. That'll give you a little dopamine kick right there. Show off your new blog posts on social media and be happy for what you've did. You can also treat yourself to a nice cup of coffee or to go for a walk after you finished something that was really hard to do. Those are all things that you can celebrate your progress. And that will make it more likely for you to keep up the good work. So let's look at some few tips on how to conquer procrastination in general. We already talked a little bit about this, but in many cases you've specified a task that is too big. So if you want to write a blog post, that can be a hard task to grasp. Can you break that task up into smaller ones? For example, I want to write a blog post about the pros and cons of AI. You can break that one up to say, I'm going to do some research first, then I'll write the introduction, and then I'll do the pros part, and then I'll do the cons part. So you have 4 little tasks that combined will give you that blog post. But it will be much easier to start with if you just start with a little one. I'm giving you this tip, and you don't want to see how my working environment looks like, but you should work in an environment that is clean and organized. You should not have a desktop that is full of crap like mine, and you should not have 4,000 unread emails in your inbox. I'm going to be better at this, but this really helps. So if you have less things getting you out of your attention, that'll make it easier to keep doing it. And then, and this sounds really easy, it should become a habit. It should become part of your routine to work on your website. That's the real way how to beat procrastination. But making a habit out of something that takes a while and means that you have to go in and do something on your website at least every week and to keep the good work up. That's what's like the solution in the end. So what should you remind from this talk? What should you remember from this talk? So everybody procrastinates. Some perhaps more than others, and some, like me, end up doing the really useless stuff when they're procrastinating. But be kind to yourself. You're not alone. You're not weird. You're just human. And website maintenance is important, but also prone to procrastination. You should remember that, because you're gonna procrastinate on these tasks, for sure, but if you know that you're going to do it, it'll make it a little bit much more easy to tackle that problem. If possible, set up a routine and make sure you do things regularly. Make a plan and make room in your schedule. And finally, celebrate your success and your progress. And remember that progress is better than perfection. So this was my talk. Thank you. In the beginning of my talk, I told you a little bit about a plugin that we've been working on. The name of the plugin is Progress Planner, and if you're interested at all, you could check out our website, which is called progressplanner.com. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay. Wow, Marieke, this was really interesting. I'm just looking at the people who had their hands raised.
Oh,
did this work for you? Do you have now an idea how to solve the procrastination?
It's a difficult word, right?
Show some hands. Nobody? Yeah, come on. All right.
They're all now, they all have a 5-step routine. So it's solved.
It's solved, right.
Yeah.
So we have time for questions. Anyone have a question for Marieke? There are mics in the alley.
He has a question.
Okay, can you step to the microphone, please?
Yeah. You can also shout. That's not the way it's supposed to be, right?
Hello, Lovro Hrust from Croatia. I often have a habit when I'm developing. I go to Facebook or LinkedIn and then start reading. And I noticed that when I'm developing, my brain gets tired after some minutes. I don't know, it's not 2 or 3 minutes, but after some time. And then I go to this Facebook just to rest a little on my brain. But now the problem is not to rest too much. So probably I should do better, walk a little or something. But yes, my comment is more than a question, that I need some rest, because brain goes tired. But it's difficult to catch this moment, okay, now I'm rested, I should start work again, and so.
Yeah, you do it very, not deliberately. Yeah, you're right? Your brain gets tired from a task like that, I think about 20 minutes on average, and then you'll need something. And if Facebook works for you, then okay, that's totally fine. I feel like I enjoy it in the moment, but afterwards feel really bad about not being productive enough. So, but it's totally fine if you scroll through Facebook, especially if you find something new and exciting. I think it's fine. It's not fine if it bothers you. Then it's a problem. Yeah.
That's nice. Thank you. Next speaker. Question.
Hi, my name is Francisco. I'm from Brazil. Do you already heard about the Pomodoro technique? It's a time management technique. You heard about it?
I've heard about it, but you have to remind me because I don't know exactly how it works.
So basically, you focus for 25 minutes, then you rest for 5 minutes. It's a cycle.
Yeah.
So I start up based on it, so I can maybe show you. It's a project timer. It's on your subject too. It's to help people get focused on work.
Yeah. Yeah, so that makes sense, right? 25 minutes and then 5 minutes of rest and then go ahead. If that works for you, that's great. For me, it's often hard to start. So before starting a task, I first go to the toilet and then grab a Coke and then I don't know what to do. And then I have a hard time starting the task altogether.
That's why it helped a lot, because you do this thing in the 5 minutes break.
Yeah.
And you go work again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have on the other side of the track also a couple of people. Can I have your question, your name, please?
Yeah, for me, when procrastinating, it's like the defining moment between starting the next episode while watching Netflix or getting up and doing the thing where you said like it's deciding between the instant gratification and doing the thing you're supposed to do. Do you have like a tip for those moments where it's really hard to make the right decision?
No. I blame Netflix. No, it's like, I think 20 years ago we had far less of those things that keep you inside of them. So TikTok and Instagram do the same thing, right? You're in Instagram Reels and I'm looking at dogs. I don't even particularly like dogs, but then I see them and I'm like intrigued. So for me, those things are really bad. I think if you're aware of that you're doing it, that's like half of the thing, because then you can make a conscious decision to either watch that next episode or, in my case, go to bed. That's, yeah. But so the only thing I can say is awareness or removing the Netflix app. No, that's not fun.
May I respond to that one?
Yeah, you can.
I can, maybe. Awareness is one good thing. And also, I think the best thing to do is just make an agreement with yourself. Okay, I'm just going to watch 1 or 2 episodes at the max. Otherwise,
you know that doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Well, then you are very aware. So that's also the goal setting. Make it very because procrastination is often unintentionally. And so then it's at least it's an intended decision to watch another one, which is better than unintending to do stuff which just happens. And then you end up with Taylor Swift pajamas. And you don't need them. Nobody needs them.
All right, thank you. Next question, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Ciprian. I'm currently living in Florence, but I'm from Romania. So thank you for the talk. I'm curious for you, when it comes time to plan things that are hard and you're avoiding, and also to do those things, what works for you? Is it like a logical framework? You're thinking about things from a logical perspective. Okay, I don't want to do this, but once I will do it, it's actually something that might be hard, but it's going to be great in the end. Is it like an emotional thing? You do certain things to feel a different emotion associated, or to, I don't know, move your body in a way to actually feel it? Or how do you actually manage exactly the starting point where is that battle between I need to do it, but I don't do it yet, you know?
Yeah.
How do you cross the chasm?
But I think I get a lot of stress from things I haven't started with at all. So and that's the thing I want to avoid, the stress. So what I do is I write a lot of things down and I do one thing to start. And that could be as simple as sending an email, but then I at least started something, and then I can do the rest. But I write everything down. I have multiple notebooks. I carry them with me. I forget everything. But that works for me. But I think it's my brother who said this to me, though, that starting something can avoid much of the stress. So you have a problem, but you at least started something in the direction of a solution. That'll give you a sense of, oh, okay, I've started this. This is going to be hard, but at least I've done something. Yeah. I don't know if you have anything in that also.
No, thank you for the advice. Next time when I feel this, I will start watching an episode on Netflix. Starting to do something will make me feel better. But no, that makes a lot of sense. And when I do that, it actually gets away all the mind clutter and it feels better and I get clarity and it's like, oh, I'm doing the right thing, you know, but it's always that starting.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect, thank you very much. Rian, on the other side.
Hi, I'm Rian Richard from the Netherlands. I go clean the house.
Yeah, yeah,
that's not really a reward, I was thinking, because, well, it's really not nice to do. But if I don't want, maybe that's something I like less, but I don't know.
Well, it is lighter, but as Joost, you're being very productive while you're procrastinating. Because cleaning the house, I would love for me to do that. I just end up with junk. You're doing something that helps, at least your house.
What helps for me is really a good routine. Like the first thing I do in the morning is start writing. And after that, I'm free to do what I like to do further. So, like the hardest part first. That works for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. If I don't plan out my day, I end up doing nothing. So I even now plan my free days with things like just go walk and and then I'll do it and I'll feel better. But otherwise, I would just be, do nothing. Do nothing is really, well.
I know.
Yeah.
I think, Rian, you can procrastinate in my house
yeah.
next time. Thank you. All right. Marieke, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, put the mic down.
Yeah, we're going to make a picture. Where's the picture? Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, Marieke, thank you very much. And we have a break until, let's see, about 3:30. Next is Carlo Piana. He will talk about open source and the legal part of that. We can, until then, see you. Also, another announcement for tonight. We have the after party coming up at 20:30. Bring your badge if you want to join the event. See you tonight or in half an hour. Thank you. All right, people, welcome. We have a huge track with a lot of chairs here. Maybe it would be more cozy, but also better for the speaker, just to use the middle 2 rows, or actually aisles. So please move through the aisle, and you too, so it's easier to see, and also we get more cozy. Come on, folks. Don't spread out too much. Yes, that's the spirit. Come on, you two. Roy, go ahead. Okay, we will continue in 1 minute from now. So, welcome back. My name is Sjoerd, and I'm here on the stage to host the sessions with you. Following up, we have Carlo Piana. He's from Italy. He is a local speaker, that's nice. Carlo is a lawyer, a free software advocate, and a qualified attorney. He focuses on his practice on software technology, standardization, data protection, and digital liberties in general. And he served as an external general counsel to the Free Software Foundation Europe. And Carlo established a freelance consulting practice on IT law in 2008, where he leads a small group of IT lawyers named Array. Now, that's an IT name. Please join me in welcoming the awesome Carlo Piana to the stage. Let's give him a big hand with how open source is key to WordPress success.
Thank you. I was told that after me there is a very important speaker, so I might have the shorter version of my presentation running. So, why is WordPress successful thanks to open source? But it's because it's open source and it's free. And that concludes my presentation. I am available to take any questions. Thank you. Nah. Too short? Too short? Ah, okay. So we have a half an hour to spare, and well, let's dig into something. I'm not speaking about myself, but currently I'm chair of the open source initiative, and yes, I'm a lawyer. And lawyers are boring. I try not to be. I hope not to be. So get back. This is the longer version of my presentation. What open source is? How many know what open source is? No, really? I mean really. Okay. Well, for sure, it's not about the price. So the first slide was BS. It's not about the price, not about total cost of ownership or whatever. So what is open source about? In order to clarify this, I've done what any reasonable person would have done in my place. So what have I done? I'll ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT comes with a long explanation. And it is quite right. Quite. It speaks about source code accessibility, that's correct. Collaborative development, it's important about that. It's about licensing. For sure, it's about licensing. I'm a lawyer, and if only you have a hammer, you see any problems as a nail. So license is legal. So a license is very important. Community-driven, perhaps. So what are the benefits? Transparency, security, flexibility, and cost-effectiveness. I'm not sure about the last part, but the rest is quite correct. And it makes a list of successful, important. Unfortunately, the first time I tried this joke, ChatGPT gave me WordPress as an example. And as much as hard as I tried to get it back again, I was unsuccessful. 2 hours ago, WordPress was there. But the slide was done, and I couldn't repeat it. But yes, WordPress is an important part of the open source world. So ChatGPT has it right, but not entirely right. So let us concentrate on what is really open source at the bottom. What you need to focus on when considering if an open source project is worthwhile and if it's good for you. For starters, what do I need to reap the advantages of open source? Besides the license, of course, because without the license, I could not do anything with an open source project. And for the minimum set for reaping the advantages of open source, it's source code. Without the source code, I cannot do anything. But this is it. If I have license and source code, I'm quite good, whatever it happens afterwards. For AI, it tends to be different. For AI, but we're not speaking of this now, we are speaking about it later. And by the way, the open source initiative is in the process of redefining what open source AI is. It's in the process now, and it's something that we are producing. So we spoke about license. License is important, and if you want to really know if a piece of software is open source, you need to go to the open source definition. And license must adhere to the open source definition. That's the only test you can do. If it's not OSD compliant, it is not open source. The open source is like the 10 commandments. Of course, it's 10 rules. And this is what defines open source. And the open source initiative that I am the chair of is the entity that for 25 years has conceived and stewarded the licenses and compared the licenses and approved licenses towards the open source definition. 9 rules out of 10 are about licenses, and only 1 is about open source code, and only a part of it requires making it available. But without this, it's not open source. You will see many projects say, oh, this is MIT license, but you don't have any access to open source. This is not open source. The license is right, the source code is not. If you want to modify it, and it's not already in a modifiable way, because it's not HTML or JavaScript, you cannot. So it's not open source, despite the license is correct, despite you can copy it and you can distribute it, but you cannot modify it and you cannot improve it. And perhaps you cannot even tell exactly what it does. Is it open OSD, therefore, the reason why an open source project is successful, or open source at large is successful, but not quite? If you leave this room with your mind completely blank, which is a possibility because this is not a very enticing subject, I want you to remember this. The real success of an open source, on the top of the quality of the software, of course, but the real reason why an open source at large is successful is the 4 freedoms. The freedom to use, study, modify, and distribute. And these, not per se, not because these are general principles or godly sand principle. Those freedoms allow permissionless innovation. You do not need to ask permission to do the 4 freedoms. The permission, you say, oh, but there is a license, so the permission is required. Yes, but the license is given upfront. You know the rules of the game before playing the game. Suppose that you start playing a game and the rules are not there, or the rules change throughout the game, and perhaps they are slanted towards your opponent. You will not participate. With open source, you have the code and you have the permission, and this is everything you have. This creates a game, in the social science way of saying it, a game that gives you confidence that whatever happens, you have at least a limited set. And the only thing you have to comply with are the conditions of the license. You have the legal permission and you have the technical means. Because open source definition at the bottom is just a mean to an end. And the end are the 4 freedoms, and the 4 freedoms are the ones that have kick-started a revolution that allowed open source to be that successful. But once you have seen that the project is open source, you're not even there yet. You have to, there are many kinds of open source. And usually you define it by copyleft, with copyleft, and non-copyleft. Means the first says, I want this project and everything that relates to it to be as open as possible forever. With copyleft means I want this to be open forever, but I don't mind it mixes and matches with other things, and it can be even proprietary. Non-copyleft means I don't care. You can turn it into proprietary. I don't want to. But the important thing to remember is that copyleft doesn't mean that I'm dictating somebody else to do something. It's just a very simple rule. My house, my rule. If you want to use my software, since I have the copyright in the software, you must comply with the condition I give you the permission. If you don't want to comply with the conditions, you don't touch my software, and you are fine. I'm not coming to your house, you are coming to mine. And there is one important concept that you need to bear in mind. The reach of this copyleft effect, how I dictate you to license your software under, doesn't extend beyond a right conferred by the copyright. So this viral thing that many say about open source is not true. You just, as any copyright holder, you have the right to control not just what you have done, but anything that under the copyright law, it's called a derivative. A derivative can be something that contains your software, that extends your software, or that deeply, intimately uses and interacts with your software. Beyond that, there is no virality. There is nothing that reaches out. So this is exactly the same as it happens in any kind of copyright, proprietary, open source alike. But this is just one of the classifications. Another thing that needs to be taken care of very seriously in a project, it's open source, but what about tomorrow? What about the holder changes the idea and pulls the rug, as they say? There is many projects are in the hands of one single person, and this person is not bound by its license. So if two persons merge their code together, each of them must ask the permission of the other. If you have many people, many copyright holders, like in Linux, for instance, Linux has many copyright holders. They will never agree to change the license. This is a limit, but also a reason for its success. People invest in Linux because they know there is no single company that can acquire everything else. So a project can be reliable in this, never to turn into another license if its copyright is distributed, or it is in the hand of a foundation, and the foundation has rules for changing the software, like the Linux Foundation, the Eclipse Foundation, Apache Foundation, Mozilla Foundation. And other thing that you need to look into a project to say, this is going to be open source in the long run, if the code is actually available, if you can touch it, if somebody has already downloaded. Because once it's open source, it never comes back. The new version can be relicensed. The same version can be relicensed, but the one in the hands of the people, that cannot be recanted. That cannot be taken back. Forking. Forking is good. Many projects fear forking for a reason. But forking is good. Forking, the possibility of forking creates a good game. The possibility of receiving a fork puts pressure, incentivizes the project, the steward of the project, to keep in line. Because, well, if anything goes south, if the project disappears, oh, the guy in Nebraska dies, because that's a possibility, touch wood. Okay. You have the right to fork it, take the project. There is no guarantee that a fork will happen. There is no guarantee that a fork will be successful. There might be different forks, so you do not know which one to take, but at least it's better to have this possibility than not to have it. Somebody in the public whispered about CRA. Yes, about CRA is Cyber Resilience Act, and it's a new piece of legislation that has one main effect. It will force everybody to look at their own software and the software they rely on in the long run. Because there is an obligation anytime you market a product containing software, including software, you need to think about 5 years, because you have to support along its life. So if you rely on a project that is not viable, is not reliable in the long run, you are in trouble. Because if they upstream do not update it, you need to update it. So it creates incentives to big companies or big vendors to push upstream the value, to put money upstream, so that they don't have themselves to maintain the software in the long run. So CRA is an European legislation, but it's already creating a lot of movement. Fortunately, it's the first legislation in Europe that expressly has a big section on open source. An open source developer has nothing to fear, because it's mainly exempt from CRA, but if you sell support services, you are monetizing it, then you become a vendor. And then you are bound to the obligation, due diligence, maintenance, fixing the bugs, fixing vulnerabilities, make vulnerability study. So these are things that will create a lot of changes in the worldwide projects. Is a good thing, is a bad thing? It will make open source more adult, of age. Open source is 25 years old. No, it's more than that, but the concept of open source is 25 years old. So you are of age. You need to take care of the things that you're doing, or at least somebody needs to be a foundation, a consortium, a client. Somebody has to take care, because it's too important. Software is too important in the world to leave it open recklessly. And now for something completely different.
Are we paying attention? Yes, we are paying attention. Carlo, thank you. I'm here just to wake you up because, okay, like you said, legal is boring. Yeah, but let's see. Who in the audience is working on content or developing code or CSS? Just raise your hands. Let me see. Okay, so that's a lot. Great. Now, who of this audience is using sometimes tools like ChatGPT or AI to speed up their development or their writing skills? Come on, show hands, be honest. Yes, yes, yes. Now, one last question. Who is aware of the consequences of this use of AI or ChatGPT for the final license of their code? Show me your hands if you're fully aware. Carlo, you can handle that, right?
Okay, then it's something that interests you. I've got some. Are not final thoughts, are developing, but this is whether you can use it and you can own the software and you can distribute the software that ChatGPT or Copilot does for you. First, how an LLM, a large language model, works. The most important concept, it's training on software. So it uses software, existing software. Oh, we need this software. Can somebody put my slides on? Because, guys? It's always the same. We play the trick. I don't do, no, okay. So an LLM is based on training data, and this training data, software in this case, are mostly copyrighted, are entirely copyrighted, let's say. It's open source, it's proprietary, but it's always copyrighted. This is important. It's not just for the fun of it. But there is an ongoing discussion. So, the model is reading my code, so it's something, it's taking my code, and there is something of my code in the. You remember derivative? Remember, derivative is the reach of your copyright. To me, it's not derivative of the training data. And if it's derivative, it's fair use anyway. So, no. But the information and the code is not lost. Somewhere is in there. Only you cannot read it anymore, unless in certain cases it can resurface. There are images that you say, oh, I want to do two players playing soccer, and there is a famous case that there is a picture that is identical, almost identical. Well, the leg is slanted, but it's almost identical to some copyrighted. So this is one possible problem. But before, can I still claim copyright on the things that ChatGPT does for me? Well, not exactly, because copyright requires creativity. Creation of a human mind. Not AI, not even monkeys. There is a case of a monkey taking a selfie. There is a, you can look in Wikipedia, monkey selfie, copyright, you get the idea. Well, on the one hand, OpenAI doesn't want to have copyright, that's good. And Copilot doesn't want to have copyright on your work, that's good. But you yourself can claim copyright on that. Well, just having paid for OpenAI, just having arranged the tools is not sufficient. There needs to be intent, creative intent. So, and that translates for software in choice. Process and decisions made by a human being. How can you make evident that there has been a choice? Well, you have to document the process. Be paranoid about documenting the process. If you want to use it, be paranoid about documenting the process. This isn't the only way. If, by the way, the AI Act will require you to say that there is AI produced, made stuff in your process, but that's another thing. And always proceed in small chunks. Small chunks will give you the opportunity to say, I've done this small function or this small thing, but I have arranged, and that's a work of my productivity. And always, of course, always document those decisions and take those decisions. Don't just say, oh, this is what it was spewed by ChatGPT. But most important, and this is the less important decision, the less important, because it doesn't have a final answer. Is my code, or the code that I've extracted from ChatGPT or Copilot, a derivative of the ones that ChatGPT have been exposed to for their training? There is no final questions, no final answer. The question is final, but the answer is not. How a judge will tell if your code is a derivative of another's? Of course, if you have copied it, there's no question. Or if it's you just taking it and modify, that's a derivative. But there is a thing called non-literary copying. If you take something and you transform it, or even if you remember something and write it. This is why, by the way, if you leave your company and decide to do the same thing as you have done in the company and start your own company, never code yourself. Write the specs, give the specs to another guy, and have them to write the code, okay? Because your brain is more powerful than it seems. If you have been exposed to software, it's difficult to take it back. The elements, so a judge will take the arbitrary elements in the first piece of software and see they are the same in the second. So maybe errors, or maybe comments, something which is not functional, something which is not dictated by something external. Because copyright only protects the form of expression, doesn't protect something which is compulsory. Opening bracket, closing bracket, that's not copyrighted. Anything that goes in between, that's protected, probably. And the element must be arbitrary. It doesn't cover external constraints. So how would you tell if you can say, oh, it's coincidence, it happens. There are so few choices that I could have made, that's just a coincidence. So what are the odds? How likely is that two different developers would have come with the same exact code as you have come? So how many degrees of freedom? And this is a statistical problem. It depends on how many choices you could have made in one case, in two cases. And you can see it goes with the exponential. Oh, no, sorry. It was with, I don't know. My math is escaping me. It's very, the more these small elements are repeated in the code, the more it's likely that it's not coincidence. And the same can happen. Suppose that you are asking the ChatGPT to produce a long list, long function. And this long function is something that only 2 programs in the world have ever done. It's quite likely that it will come up as such. So the other part of the problem is that you have been exposed to the source code because ChatGPT, because Copilot have been exposed. So it's more likely than this is a non-literary copying because you have been exposed. There is an explanation other than sheer coincidence. And so if you write code using ChatGPT or Copilot, it's a decision. I cannot tell you not to do it, but it's a decision you have to take with wisdom, with consideration, with deliberation. I know there is a finite but not null possibility that somebody looks the code. There are applications that run these checks in search for copying, and your code becomes targeted with a copyright claim because, and if you have done it with ChatGPT, you cannot say, oh, it was just spewed out of AI. So you have copied it. And you say your defense is it's AI. That is not going to work. So please consider it's going to be much harder to prove that it's just a coincidence. There are a lot of cases now in the States, and so they are going to shape our understanding of AI-produced copyrighted material. But it's very likely that somehow not the models and the companies running these models, these large models, have enough. We are not that concerned. We are concerned about your code because that is going to be a real possible conundrum. So if at all possible, don't do that, or do that just for very small pieces, for completing, for commenting, for making sure that the code is well formed, or that for auto-completion of the variables that you have chosen. But for more complex, many companies say no use whatsoever, anything. To me, it's too radical. If you ask a lawyer, can I do something? The lawyer will invariably start with, well, it depends. And it really depends. So, it was not that boring, was it? So, that concludes my presentation, and I am ready now seriously to take your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. Thank you. It was very inspiring. Let's see if there's anyone with questions. Okay, we're setting up a mic.
Questions.
Yes, mics are fine. Okay. We have 2 mics set up for questions. Anyone want to share any ideas?
No one. Don't be shy.
Okay.
Either it was too clear or it was too obscure. Which one?
No.
Or the audience is shy. Or maybe the audience is here for Matt. And they don't give a F.
No, I don't think so. I think they're here for you.
No?
Okay, well, actually, I'm very inspired by this. You just opened my eyes with a couple of things, and I hope for the audience as well that this is going to be a really brain changer that needs a change of attitude. That's my thought. So please be aware of what Carlo told. Grab his presentation, download it, make sure that you learn it or know it by heart. Okay, Carlo, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a small gift for you. It's something Italian, but maybe it will be useful to you.
If it's Italian, it's good.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carlo.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, another intermezzo. We do have a question over here, and your name is? That's Matt Willerbeck. No way, no way, no. Okay, you have a question for our speaker, Carlo, so please go ahead.
Lovro Hrust from Croatia. Sorry, I'm asking questions all the time, but there is another one. Okay, so the question is, a lot of developers have a paid version of plugin and a free version of plugin, and both are licensed as GPL 4.0. So the question is, they charge for the paid version, and I think I read that only amount to be charged is for compensate for expenses of printing that code or something like that. So my question is that all right? How should be arranged?
Okay, thank you. That's actually, this is a question that a client of mine has, because I have one of the sponsors of this event is a client of mine. There is nothing in any open source license that prevents you from charging for the software. So there is nothing that prohibits to sale. What is not open source is, say, I'm not giving you the permission unless you pay me. But since by GPL you have all the permissions, if you want to pay for something you have the permission for, that's entirely okay. Oh, that's so it's a legitimate question, but you can charge for selling, and moreover, there is nothing in, and it's a limit of an the open source licensing. There is nothing forcing you to give in your software to somebody else. You can, if you modify the software, you make the software and you have it in your pockets. Suppose that any other copies in the world has been deleted and nobody has it. There is no one that can come to you and say, give me a copy. Because that's, and you can even charge for giving the copy, for making a copy, putting the copy into a medium. So that's a very, very long debated question, but if you go to the FAQ or the Free Software Foundation, you will find pretty much the same answer. Okay. If others have this, other questions, you will be taken on stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's continue. Okay, bye-bye.
there you are. WordCamp Europe, you have made it to your almost final thing of the day until we have our organizers up here and then have an after party right in here, if I recall correctly. For folks who are still looking for seats, it looks like we might have a group over there available. There's some on the left side. If you're coming in from this side and can't find a seat, then over there is your target area. If you can't find them, there are volunteers that can help you. My name is Josefa Hayden-Champosi, and I'm your executive director of your beloved WordPress open source project. And I am here to introduce us to our next speaker, our final speaker, Matt Mullenweg. He is the co-founder of the WordPress open source project. I feel like he almost doesn't need any introduction, but in the event you would like to get your minds ready with some questions afterward, he's going to have some thoughts for us, and then a little bit of Q&A afterward. There are microphones here and here for the time that happens, and I believe that there's one floating microphone if you cannot make it. I heard a yes. All it takes is one yes. Excellent. And with that, my friends, join me in welcoming Matt Mullenweg.
Let's see. Ciao. Torino has been amazing, hasn't it? Like, what a great city. Thank you, European community, for choosing this as where we're going to be this time. Where I'm from in Texas, we say howdy, which is nice because it's got a little W in it. I am very excited to talk to you all today because I want to go through some of the things we've been doing in WordPress and then also share some thoughts. Expand a bit on the thoughts I had at WordPress's 21st birthday. But we're going to start off with, WordPress is really, I should also say, if you want to tweet, we got the WCEU hashtag is the official one, and I'm at Photomatt, Photomatt, on Tumblr, Twitter, Instagram, whatever the kids are using these days. WordPress is built by all of us. And a big part of how that works is bringing new people in. So we have something called the Contributor Mentorship Program. This has a fairly new program, but we've now had 55 graduates of it. Are there any here in the room? Maybe stand up if you graduated from this. Oh, yeah, stand up. So if you would like to be able to stand up at the next WordCamp Europe, like this fine gentleman, thank you so much. What was your name? Giuseppe? Oh, Giuseppe. Giuseppe, sorry. Giuseppe. Then please scan this QR code, check it out. We have this program going that people report way more confidence. I think we went from like 54 to 80% confidence in contributing to core and everything through it. Also, some of y'all were involved in the Contributor Day 2 days ago. Stand up if you're at the Contributor Day. This should be about 800 of you, or a little less than a third of the camp. Yeah. We had important fixes for MIME types. Playground launched new projects, including MySQL, SQLite export with WP CLI. There's been so much cool stuff that happens at Contributor Days. If you want to learn new skills, if you want to get better at WordPress, if you want to be more involved with the community, make it, as well as use it, get involved. Contributor Days are one of the best ways to do that. We also had a ton of translation happening. So there are 9,194 active polyglot contributors in European languages. And on Contributor Day, we had 66 people who translated more than 21,000 strings. Oh my goodness. They are the reason I was able to say ciao to you when I came on stage. And maybe more in the future. We've also got some fun new stuff.
Translate Live is an alternative way to translate plugins and themes on translate.wordpress.org. Click on the Translate Live link, and it will open up the plugin that you're planning to translate.
Can y'all
The
understand
plugin
that?
will be loaded using the blueprint that was provided for the preview functionality in the plugin directory. You'll see strings available for translation highlighted, and can right-click them to enter your translation. The translated text will be reinserted so that you can see if it works well in context. This way you can focus on translating the most visible strings first. When you're ready, submit your translations back to translate.wordpress.org. You'll find them in the waiting section. If the plugin author provides multiple blueprints, you can switch between them to translate different states of the plugin. Here we can find the plugin in a state where it already has been configured and can thus focus on translating it without having to go through setup steps first.
So basically what that was showing is combining Playground with Live Translate so you can see the translations happening in line. Was that audio coming through okay? Yeah, it was okay. Okay, it was a little boomy up here. The other project I want to give an update on, these are awesome ones. I have a little bit of a sad trombone one though, which is the data liberation project. So as I spoke about at State of the Word, I'll reintroduce data liberation. This is the idea that one of the best things we could do as an open source community is unlock all the proprietary platforms, all the places where people have their data locked in to systems which might not allow export or easy composability or transferability of their data. So we term this data liberation. And if you scan that QR code or go to wordpress.org/data-liberation, you will see we have the start of what hopefully will be something that creates a ton more freedom on the web and a ton more portability between platforms, including in and out of WordPress. WordPress could be maybe a middle ground between something else. However, this has had very, very little progress. So if you go to that page, click on some of the links. You'll see mostly empty GitHub repos. So I just wanted to point this out as an amazing place if you're interested in contributing to WordPress to adopt something and have total ownership of it. So if you wanted to sort of, each of these projects is fairly self-contained. So if you wanted a chance to actually lead something within the WordPress project, you could be in charge of the, say, Wix to WordPress converter or something like that. This, I think, is also going to be really important for us as the more and more marketing dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars are spent in marketing for proprietary platforms. Proprietary platforms have gotten tons of investment in the past few years, things like Shopify, Squarespace, etc. And they are coming as sort of the macroeconomic conditions have changed. They've started to really target WordPress agencies, WordPress users, WordPress sites quite a bit. And so they're coming and trying to snipe away our community. So we have to keep an eye out for that. And the problem as well is when people go that way, it's almost impossible to go back the other way. It's like, I don't know if you had this advertisement here, but the Roach Motel, the roaches check in, they don't check out. That's a lot of these proprietary CMSs. They'll let you check in your data, but you can never check it out. So as part of our mission to democratize the web and increase freedom, I think it's really, really important that we create portability, even when the platforms themselves try not to allow it. The other big part of this that I think is also super relevant for this audience is we need to make WordPress to WordPress easier. Who's ever tried to transfer a WordPress site to something else or done an import or export, it didn't go perfectly well? Or you needed like 5 plugins to like update URLs and the attachment pages and the ID changed. And you know, God help you if there's an encoding error. And all of a sudden your umlauts become something else. WordPress to WordPress, I think we can make much, 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 much stronger. One thing that could help this actually is some of the work that's happening with Playgrounds.
WordPress Playground is going to change everything. First up, the WordPress Blueprints Community Gallery. Blueprints are JSON files that you can use to configure a WordPress Playground instance. Each blueprint contains custom instructions used to set up WordPress, install plugins and themes, set site options, and even import starter content. The Blueprints Community Gallery is a growing space to test and share these blueprints, contributed by folks like yourself. We all know the famous 5-minute WordPress install, followed by a 5-hour setup. Blueprints carve a path towards a 5-second WordPress install and setup. It's quite revolutionary. Next, use the new WordPress Playground plugin to start a private, local sandbox of your site. The WordPress Playground plugin runs a copy of your site directly in your browser. You can test theme and plugin updates, even install new themes and new plugins. Any changes you make here are contained to your Playground instance, leaving your website or blog unchanged. So feel free to play. From WordPress CLI support and GitHub pull request integrations, WordPress Playground is leveling up WordPress as we know it.
So with Blueprint, you can imagine you could create sort of a predefined set of how a WordPress could work, including dozens of plugins, anything, and put it together. I will also say that we're trying to think of a new name for Blueprint. So I want to tap into your collective creativity a little bit. The cool thing about Playground is it's playful. It's fun. There's this idea, we have the sandbox, right? So Playground and sandbox go well together. Blueprint feels a little more architectural, a little more serious. So if you have an idea for a cool, fun thing we could call blueprints that are not blueprints, let us know. Because as they say in computer science, there's only 2 hard problems: naming things, caching, and off by 1 errors. Old joke. We have some fun stuff coming up too. As soon as July 16th, we are going to have WordPress 6.6. One of the features I'm most excited about here is that there'll be rollbacks for auto updates, meaning that yes. Again, one of the things that really distinguishes WordPress from many other platforms is our investment in our update system, which means everyone can be on the latest and greatest. So this improves it quite a bit. We also have a ton of improvements to Gutenberg. If you haven't tried it out, please check out the new grid system and grid blocks. You can do some really, really cool, interesting, visually creative layouts. We've got shadows, negative margins, just a few different things. Easier grouping. You can apply styles to groups. Some pretty fun stuff coming in 6.6. And the thing that I'm most excited about as well, as someone who spends a lot of time typing in Gutenberg, is as promised at the State of the Word, we have improved the performance quite a bit. As of 6.5, which came out a few months ago, it's now 5 times faster on every key input. I think this is also a good model that we should think about for all parts of WordPress and how we do development. And if you're doing plugins or something like that, what are the key performance metrics that you can look to, literally performance from the client side, to make everything as fast, take as few clicks as possible. If you want to check it out for Gutenberg, these are what we call the Gutenberg code vitals. So, and this shows specifically like how long it takes the first page to load, typing in a container, the pattern load times, everything. So we're really going to every single part of the interaction and really relentlessly trying to optimize every bit of it. Because no one's ever said I would like my site to load a little slower. And it's actually kind of funny if you like, the typing was really driving me crazy, because who remembers like typing on like an old like Atari or something? People have actually measured this. Some of these programs have faster input response times than modern web applications. And I didn't want WordPress to be one of those. So that's why we did a lot of work on this. Other cool thing that's coming soon in Gutenberg that I'm excited to show y'all is the zoom out view. So as you know, people are now, with Gutenberg, we've gone beyond just a page. We're moving to, you can build the entire website with it as a phase 2. And now you'll be able to zoom
Composing
out.
pages with patterns from a zoomed-out perspective reduces the granularity of editing while simplifying arranging, removing, and styling of entire sections of a page at a time. This provides much more confidence that a design is visually appealing all the way down the page. The idea here is that this experiment could become a page creation flow within WordPress, where you have the option to compose pages with your patterns.
So this might look like a WordPress dashboard to you, but did you also know this is the hottest new esports platform? Yes, indeed. The Speed Build Challenge is taking over the world. Scan that QR code. You can check out Jamie's YouTube channel. I believe Jamie is here in the audience somewhere. Where are you? Right there. There's Jamie Marsdell. Say hi, everybody. So what a Speed Build Challenge is, and who was at the live one yesterday? That was pretty fun, wasn't it? Is basically a competition where two people try to build something using Gutenberg. I would love if we could even expand this to maybe like a CMS Olympics or something. Like let's start competing with other CMSs where they bring their champion and we bring our champion or gladiator, and like we go toe to toe to try to solve some customer problems. I think that'd be kind of a fun, fun way to push the state of the art forward. And I love stuff like this. I think this is also important as we think about how we reach new generations of users, as we expand the marketing and reimagine how growth is going to work in WordPress, that we do more of like not just telling people, but actually showing them what they can do. Like what would the equivalent of like one of those reality TV shows that they come in and fix up your house, what would that look like for your websites? And how can we share that? Or like, what are other fun things we can do to just kind of like, show what WordPress really has an impact of? And better yet, while you're showing, you're actually teaching. Because one of the most powerful things that our community's ever done is we've taught hundreds of thousands of people at this point CSS, PHP, how to code, a little bit of HTML. Gosh, I learned to code from WordPress. And to continue doing that for a new generation, particularly using things like Gutenberg that are so much more accessible, I think it's a great entry point. But we've been doing this a little while. In fact, we just celebrated our 21st birthday recently. In the US, in my blog post, I was like, now WordPress is old enough to drink. And all the Europeans were like, huh? Apparently you have different ages for that here. But in the US, that is the age, the other big age in the US. So the next big milestone for WordPress for me will be 25. That's when its car insurance will get cheaper. Be able to drive around the web for less than it currently does. Be easier to rent a car. But I can't believe how many years we've been doing this together. And I stand before you now, 40 years old. Started when I was 19, the co-founder with Mike Little. And man, what a journey, and how much the world has changed over the past 2 decades. And it makes me very, very excited about how much is going to change over the next couple of decades. And really got me in kind of a contemplative mode, thinking about, well, what are the things that we've done in the past and the things that I think we should do in the future that maybe we're not emphasizing as much right now. They might have changed over the years. So like Martin Luther nailing his theses, I decided to come up with a list of 11 things, which I'm going to talk you all through right now. The first principle that I think we need to really keep in mind is that simple things should be easy and intuitive, and complex things possible. So this is the challenge of technology, and in fact, I think a lot of like amateur product designers will be like, well, you need to pick an audience, to build something for a prosumer or a beginning user, and separate them or segment them. But if you think of the very, very best technology, the one that impacts all of our lives, maybe the one like smartphones in our pockets, they do an incredible job of being something that can be intuitive for new users and very accessible, and works all the way up. I love how Apple now, they do that little flex at the end of all their keynotes in WWDC, and they say, shot on iPhone. Sort of showing that this camera that, you can buy for a couple $100 and is very accessible to like 1 billion people in the world, you could actually make like a cool Keynote looking slick video, and they fly it around on drones, and they do it's actually, if you look up the setup they use around the iPhone, it's hilarious, because there's an itty bitty iPhone, then there's like this many lights and stabilizers and everything. So they definitely put some pro stuff around it, but WordPress is that. It can be used for the simplest small website, and it actually powers some of the largest and most complex websites in the world. whether that's some of the biggest targets or highest needs for security, like the whitehouse.gov or other government websites, or sites that have hundreds of thousands or millions of post page views, orders, other things. Like, it's incredible how much it can scale. And I believe that when you make your code poetry and you design it in an elegant way, you can create something that works for both. It got me thinking about blogs a lot, because we got started just as a blogging system. But I want to remove that just, because I would actually say that I'm getting a little bored with a lot of websites these days. And I could imagine, it's hard for me to imagine a website, whether it's for a business or anything, that wouldn't be improved by having a blog on it, a really good blog. Also, that dynamic sites are better. And by this I mean that, like, yeah, it's easy to make a static site. And yes, there's a million ways to spin up, like, you know, pages on GitHub or whatever, you have a static site. But then you have a static site. Who wants a static site? You want a dynamic site, you want an exciting site, you want a WordPress, you want something that's going to be change, adapt to your users, that they can comment on, they can interact with, and one that you, as the author or the publisher, are making interesting, giving them a reason to come back, giving them a reason to subscribe. You know, don't just create a website, create a community. If there's any lesson you take from WordPress, it could be that. And so I really want to challenge people, even making these business brochureware websites or something, like, what can you do? Like, yes, maybe it's a website for a restaurant, and all they want is to put their menu on there and, you know, list their hours. But if you're building that for them, challenge them a little bit. Say, hey, let's go in the kitchen. I bet, you know, your chefs have some really interesting stories. How did they come up with this recipe? Tell us about, you know, why don't you highlight a customer a month? Who's your favorite customer that comes in? Put them on your blog. Like, you can brainstorm hundreds and hundreds of ideas. And this is what the web needs more of. This sort of, like, I think particularly as, like, AI starts becoming like the Wikipedia, the answerer of everything, this sort of, like, more personal content, what some people have coined the cozy web, is going to become where people are more and more drawn to. This next one is around sort of the WordPress website. I'm saying documentation should be wiki easy to edit. Actually, when WordPress documentation started, it was on a site called the Codex. We called it codex.wordpress.org, and it was a MediaWiki instance. So we inherited all the cool stuff that comes from MediaWiki. So we kind of had like a WordPress Wikipedia. So that meant every site had an edit button on it. If you click around WordPress.org today, you will not find very many edit buttons. So how do we bring that back? Like, literally. Could we have all of WordPress.org have an edit button on it? And maybe the edit button takes you to a GitHub code. Maybe it takes you to a Gutenberg dashboard where you can change things. Something I think we need to develop here that I'm pretty excited to get out there, because I'm just kind of shocked it doesn't exist in the world, is the idea of a moderated wiki. So a lot of wiki software goes a little extreme where, like, every edit just goes live, including the Wikipedia and other things. So they have to do a lot of, like, post, you know, cleaning up spam and stuff like that. But I think there's a cool middle ground, not unlike how WordPress comments work, where things could be moderated by default. And so as a setting, you could change that. But by default, it goes into a queue, and you can just kind of look at it and approve or deny, just like a comment. And it can run through a Gizmit to check for spam, just like a comment. So I think this could be a really interesting model for not just WordPress.org, but a ton of websites around to invite more contribution. Again, don't just make a website, like, make a community, make something people can participate in. The other part of that is forums. I want forums to be more front and center. And actually, we already changed some stuff around this on WordPress.org. But when kind of about a few weeks before I was writing this, I'd gone and I was like, okay, where's like, what are people talking about? What are the questions people are asking about WordPress right now? Because I'm trying to, actually every single day since I've been back from my sabbatical, I've been doing some customer support across different products at Automatic, or going on, like, you know, reading things on Twitter. And so I was looking for the forums, like, what are people saying in the forums? And it was really hard to find them. It was buried behind like 5 different clicks, and there was like we were trying to put people in support documentation and other things. And yes, let's be innovative. Let's maybe like make a WAPU bot that answers questions you can chat with. But let's also give a place for where people can talk to other people. And let's not just do it for WordPress, but let's do it for every single plugin and theme. So I want to give every plugin and theme the infrastructure that WordPress itself has to create a little community around it. because we created this taxonomy where there could be sort of solo plugins, community plugins, and commercial plugins. And we've actually had less adoption of the community plugins than I thought. But then I went back and I was like, oh, huh. Like, wow, do you hear that rain, by the way? I thought, oh yeah, that first version. I remember writing this code where like we would actually, the original plugin system would kind of spin up like a little track tag when it spun up your subdirectory in the SVN and then set the access files and everything like that. So basically we were giving everyone almost in a fractal way exactly what WordPress was using to create itself. But today, WordPress has an amazing Slack. If you're a plugin author doing a community plugin, where's your cool Slack? Right? So things in this line, I'm sure there's a lot, but for example, every sort of, community plugin should be able to just press a button and get a Slack channel. And then you could send your users there or invite people there. And you can have a little place where you can chat with other developers or plan things or, use our community infrastructure to, make the plugins just as vibrant for collaboration as core is. And actually, my friend Nick Hamsey gets on me on this about a lot, is we have some amazing themes in the directory, and the preview still is that little boat thing. It's terrible. And it breaks, and it doesn't always work with different things. And also, our guidelines and the things we feature are in kind of a narrower aesthetic than I think represents the wealth of creativity and art and everything around the world. So there's a very old ticket about this, literally meta-wordpress.org ticket number 30. I don't know what our latest number is, but it's not 30. So this is not a new idea, but it's an oldie but a goodie. And especially with things like Playground, what can we do for theme previews? And what can we put in the hands of theme authors to really show off not just the default content, but maybe like something really, really cool? How can we give, and by the way, this should extend to things like the screenshots. Like how do we make screenshots amazing and dynamic? How do we make them translatable? Maybe how do we make it so if they're browsing on their phone, they're seeing phone screenshots instead of desktop screenshots. Like there's so much you can do there to put more power into the hands of plugin and theme authors. And yes, before you ask, this will include some more analytics. As we evolve the plugin and theme directories, we can't over-index for guidelines and requirements. This is something that happens in any system that evolves over time. But basically, boundaries in functionality and design are meant to be pushed. I'll bring up a silly example here, but it was one I really liked, which is one of my favorite WordPress themes of all time. And it was a command line theme. So you'd load the website, you could turn this on, and you load it, and it was just kind of like a blinking terminal. And you could type help, and it would give you commands. You could type post, and it would give you the recent post. And it, almost kind of like a theme version of WP CLI. So weird. So cool. Does not comply with any of our guidelines on the theme directory. And this particular theme, I forget what happened with this particular, but basically this is not something that would be allowed by our normal review processes or other things like that. So it's good that we evolve our guidelines and we try to push the best practices of what a plugin and theme should do. And that's important for our community. As well, I think we need to have a button where a plugin or theme author could say, here's why the rules should not apply. And that shouldn't be based on who you know or something like that. It just be on the coolness of the idea. And also the potential harm. So of course, zero tolerance for spammy behavior or spam or anything like that. That's an important rule. But if you want to do something kind of weird and quirky, but it doesn't necessarily support whatever our latest blocks are or template parts or something like that, okay, but is it really interesting? Is it unique? Let's allow that. And I think that would make a really dynamic and cool theme directory. Because again, I want to make the web a lot weirder and more unique and more personal. I want it to reflect people's aesthetics more. I bet, we've got about 3,000 people here. If I were to sit down in your living room or you invited me into your home, There'd be a lot that'd be very different about that. There would be no two alike in this entire room. Yet, I bet if I loaded screenshots of a lot of your web pages, actually probably not in this room, but if I loaded screenshots of a lot of web pages and the 43% using WordPress, might not be able to tell them apart. Or they might be very much in a similar sort of like a minimalist, sans serif aesthetic. As we evolve the directories, I think a lot about feedback loops. So things that can scale with the usage of the entire community rather than being reliant on gatekeepers. So, in marketplaces, there's this old idea from Eric Raymond of the cathedral and the bazaar, like, are you controlling what gets in, or are you kind of allowing something very open, bazaar-like? So you do that, but you also need feedback loops. Right now, for plugins, for example, the only feedback you get if you're choosing between 5 different plugins is kind of like the installs, the rating, and I guess we have the support resolutions, right, in the forums. What else could we put in there? And how can we make it so that doesn't have to be manual, like we have volunteers or some centralized team going through and tagging everything, but maybe something people can tag within their dashboard. How can we push some of this actually in terms of scaling this? How can we make all this feedback, the feedback loops that might give feedback on plugins or ratings or saying this works with this, or this breaks with this other thing, or this is accessible or not, or whatever it might be, or this doesn't work well in my language. Let's not just have that happen on WordPress.org and the Rosetta sites. How do we actually push that into the application, into WP Admin, so that we can, people can click buttons in WP Admin and give us this feedback. I like this block, I don't like this block, this did what I wanted. And then that goes back into some open, transparent system that developers can see and other users can see. So again, it encourages great behavior. As a radical idea, I had this kind of like fever dream where I was like, well, what if the plugin review team wasn't reviewing the plugins before they went in the directory, but actually the job of the plugin review team was to write the first review for every new plugin. It's a little weird, right? But imagine, like, if you make something new on GitHub, it doesn't have to go through a centralized team that approves it or not. What if anyone could just create a plugin, but, after you upload some code into it, we'll come through and we'll give you your first review. Might be a bad review. Might give you 1 stars if you're doing something that's not great, or we see a lot of obvious security vulnerabilities or something like that. And ideally, some of this can be driven by AI or automated checks, like the plugin check that was talked about in the presentation yesterday. But it's kind of an interesting idea. I was actually inspired a lot by one of the early stories of Flickr, where it was, I believe, was it Heather Champ? And I think Derek Proazek wrote about this in a book, where in the early days of Flickr, to bootstrap the community, the employees would actually go to every new user and comment on their first couple photos, just to give them that first comment, that first interaction. And so think about that a lot. Like, it's a little lonely sometimes when I see a bunch of plugins. We have actually a bunch of plugins that have 0 reviews. And what can we do to nudge them a little bit? Again, that's sort of a generative community thing. It's a flywheel that'll bring us a lot closer together. I want to make core really opinionated and quirky, too. So we've removed most of the Easter eggs from core. We've had some interesting ones there. There was one of my favorites, the Matrix one. Have you all heard about it? Who's seen the Matrix Easter egg? A few people. So we decided to allow, normally, because when we added the revision system, you can compare 2 revisions to each other. So you can say, what's the difference between this version and this version? And you can kind of select them, just like MediaWiki actually, I think was the UI inspiration there. But we allowed you to compare a revision to itself. It's like, ooh, what happens then? Well, what happens then was your screen would go black, and you'd start to get sort of something inspired by that scene in The Matrix, where it's like, wake up, Neo. If you're like, wake up, username. Follow the white rabbit. I forget what it said or something like that. This is weird. This is funny. There's 2 problems with this, though. 1, we removed it. 2, I don't know if any current contributor to WordPress could get that in. How do we unlock people who are contributing and participating so that we can do some weird and funky stuff? And you know what? Maybe it breaks something. Maybe it doesn't translate well. Maybe the 1 in a million times, maybe someone gets really mad at us on Twitter about it. But you know what? I want WordPress to reflect our own personalities as well. I want it to be fun to contribute to. I want it to be fun to participate. And I want it to be fun to use. And so we got to spice it up a little. Number 10, if you make WordPress, use WordPress. So I think it's really important that everyone involved with developing and making decisions for the software is using it themselves. So restart your blog or personal web page. You know, I'm trying to model this myself. I've been blogging sort of in the past year more than ever. Get in there and play around with it. I think there's no better way to have the empathy for what we're trying to create. And, you know, when I look at, I'm not going to talk about WordPress here, but in other teams and other software, when I've looked at it, when I've noticed things kind of go off a bit from usability, which then starts to show up in usage metrics and other things down the line, then I talk to the team, I'd be like, well, how much do you use XYZ? And often the answer is, I don't, or I haven't, or I have no reason to. And so think of a reason, find someone. If it's not you, find a friend. Set something up for someone. You know, a loved one, ideally, so that when they call you with a bug, it's really, you know, when Charlene calls me and says, oh, I can't update it's my sister, by the way, says, oh, I tried to do this and it didn't work. I'm like, oh, you know, I feel that. It hits in a different way than reading kind of a generic user review or tweet. So if you make WordPress, use WordPress. And the final thing, which is kind of related to this, and, you know, in WordPress, we go to 11. Wow. Y'all don't watch the same movies in Europe that we do in America. Was that Spinal Tap? Yeah, Spinal Tap. Check out Spinal Tap. It's a really fun mockumentary. Number 11, it's important that we stay close to our end users, that we all do to support, that we go to meetups and events, anything we can do to stay close to the everyday people who are on the other side of the screen. And, you know, like I said, every single day since I've been back from my sabbatical, been looking at different support things. I do a lot of reading of all the, I might be the #1 listener of all the WordPress podcasts and blogs and newsletters, and I like to go to things like this and the meetups and watch the Jamie's YouTubes and other things. Can you embed yourself in how people are reacting to it? So if we were to do these 11 things more, I think there will be a renaissance in WordPress. And I'd be very, very excited to come to the WordCamp after that as well. Because these are pretty fun already, and I'd be very curious to see, you know, both how fun it would be after some of this, and also maybe what new types of people we'd attract to the project. You know, some of my ancestors are from New Orleans. There's something there called, is it a lagnippe? How do you pronounce that? Lagnippe? It's a little something extra. Lagnippe, I think is how it's spelled. Lagniappe. Oh, thank you. That must be from French or something. Is that French? No, it's just New Orleans. Okay. It's a little something extra. So the idea is of a baker's dozen, you know, so you get one extra one, a 13th. You buy a dozen, you get a 13th. So I decided to add one extra one to this list. And you're probably not going to be surprised, but Playground is going to change everything. It's really wild, which is being enabled by this technology. And I know I started to talk about it. Gosh, Adam, when did we first start talking about this? Where's Adam, by the way? There's Adam, by the way. So thank you, Adam, for bringing Playground to us. And November 23? Yeah, so it hasn't been that long. November 2023, is that? Wow. Because I know it was the thing I was most excited. 22? Or 22? Yeah, that sounds more right. Yeah, yeah. Because I know it's been like 2 State of the Words already. You saw some of it there. You know, go to wordpress.org/playground, play with this. WordPress.com just launched a fun thing where you can have like a studio, so you can clone sites immediately. What you're going to be able to do with Playground is going to be very, very, very exciting. I think it's going to transform. Gosh, I was just brainstorming like, you know, customer support again, because I've been in it a lot, and I'm sure there's a lot of WordPress business owners in here that do customer support. What if instead of having to go back and forth 10 times with people and saying, hey, can you deactivate this plugin? Can you do this log file? Can you do whatever? You could just say, hey, can you send me a link to clone your site? And in 10 seconds, you immediately have a full copy of their site running in your browser. You don't have to worry with logins or like sharing passwords or anything like that. Like, wow, that would make support a lot easier, wouldn't it? That's the kind of thing that's going to be enabled by stuff like Playground. And I think, I was saying earlier on the, was it Krautpress podcast? Playing with Playground today feels most like, in the history of WordPress, what it was like committing that first version of, do action and actions and filters essentially to WordPress core. And the only thing that existed at that point when we added actions and filters was Hello Dolly, which still is there, represents the voiceover generation. But Hello Dolly, it was like the simplest possible plugin, And, but I was like, at that moment, I remember thinking like, gosh, I wonder what people are, I think this plugin system, actions and themes is like, or actions and filters is like such a cool paradigm. It's way cooler than object-oriented. Like, what are people going to do with this? And now 60,000 plugins later and themes, my mind is continually blown by what y'all do with actions and filters. Very, very simple thing. Playground feels like that. Like I'm seeing it today, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. There's a few demos, like there's some fun stuff we're showing you, got Studio, whatever. I'm like, man, what are people gonna do with this? So, yeah, that's where I'll leave it. Now, I will say, there's been a lot of talk, at some previous WordCamps as well about like, this was a little bit like, things are going wrong. What can we change? Everything like that. So I did want to just take a moment to note that after a little bit of flatness, WordPress is growing again, which is very cool. As you might have seen in public stats, including some of the internal stats we saw, things had flattened out for about a year. And we talked about this a lot, we worked on it, and that work has now come to fruition. So I'm very, it's actually picking up in a really interesting way. It'll be exciting to start putting a few more points on the board here again in our march to free the web. We don't have to be 100%, but if we could make at least 85% of the web really free, and then force all the proprietary people to open up with data liberation, that would be a pretty good, life goal. There's always a point in this presentation, for WordCamp Europe in particular, when we talk about what's coming next. But actually, the organizers are going to tell you. So you have to stay around for that. We'll now go into questions and answers. If you have any questions besides where WordCamp is going to be next year, please come to one of these microphones, and I would be happy to answer it. Or try to answer it. So we'll start here first. Please say your name and quick question.
Right. Hi there, I'm Adam. My question is this. I have a prototype on my laptop right now. You mentioned editing documentation should be as easy as click and start editing it. So I have a prototype right now that takes Markdown handbooks that WordPress uses and allows editing them in Playground and then contributing a pull request back to GitHub. My question was this. You mentioned also reviewing flows in WordPress, all that. Do you see that more centered around GitHub or WordPress.org in some way?
Oh, good question, right? Because we're a pretty good content management system. It's a good question. I think when I think about making this most accessible, like I mean, my background's, I'm an engineer, and so I love GitHub. I love code editors. I love all those things. I actually love Markdown. And Textile was another one from the early days of WordPress, from the text pattern program. But I will say that if we want to make this accessible to as many people as possible, the Gutenberg editor is just going to be way beyond. And I'd be very excited with what we could start to integrate to it. So, for example, again, how do we create great feedback loops for everything? So, as you're editing something or writing something, could we have like little, LLM giving you feedback on it? And what could we do with blocks? So I am very attracted to the kind of like committed all to GitHub, we could even synchronize it. I know we have some new two-way sync stuff going to and from WordPress, and maybe we do that just to make it easy for both sides. Like we have the WordPress, and then we sync it to GitHub two-way. And by the way, that's just cool in general, right? So that might be the answer that satisfies both, just like we kind of support Git and SVN still. But I think that for the default, when you click at it, it should be Gutenberg. So thank you. And I can't wait to see your prototype. How about over here?
Hello, Matt. Thank you so much for your great presentation. My name is Benjamin Zekowitza, and I'm part of the core team. And I help the community team as a core mentor. This year, I had the opportunity to be a design lead for the 6.5 update. Last years, the multilingual functionality inside WordPress has been announced for several years. Are there any plans on when the development will start and what features are expected for the initial release?
So yeah, this is phase 4 of Gutenberg, which not yet is the easy answer. So I would say I would love to see things to continue to be explored in the plugin space, including different data models and interaction models. That's the most important thing we have to decide to really get this into core. Now that said, we got a lot of collaboration, which is phase 3 of Gutenberg to get right. And I've actually been sort of thinking about maybe even personally leading like some iteration releases where we go back just to existing features, go back to phase 1, go back to phase 2, and polish it and do some iterations on it. Because I think it can be very enticing in software to always move to the new functionality, the new thing. And I want to make sure that our core, especially with all the new stuff we've introduced, patterns, blocks, all this sort of stuff, is just like really dialed in, really intuitive, really, makes the simple things intuitive and the complex things possible. I don't think we're at that standard yet right now. And so, yeah, I know in Europe you really, really want the multilingual. That's why I made it phase 4, because I knew it was so important. But in the meantime, the good news is that there are some excellent plugins, including some I saw in the sponsor area there, that can solve this problem for our users and perhaps provide a good technical framework, for what we do in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt. I'm Courtney Robertson with GoDaddy, and I have this habit of asking you questions and then coming back a year later and let's revisit the same thing. So stats dashboards. We spoke last about it during the Q&A here last year. The brief update is sustainability team is currently trialing some options. And you mentioned feedback loops. I want to get some feedback, maybe now, related to how teams, organizations, project leadership, and also individual contributors, be they sponsored, unsponsored, or those even just hobby contributors not wishing to be sponsored. I've been doing a lot of talking and researching while we're here, asking people, what do you envision these dashboards to look like? What's going to serve those 4 areas? But I really would love to get some project leadership feedback loop, maybe now, about what kinds of data that you're looking for, how would you implement that data, how would that improve contributions to WordPress in your perspective?
Yeah, so we're short on time. So I'll say the quick thing that I want to fix or have to fix before we do more of this, that's blocking it, is there's some gaming right now happening of some of our stat systems. And not really at the low end, but at the high end. And so I really want to make sure we root out all that spam before we make these systems used for trustworthy things. So I feel like the data needs to be really trustworthy first before we start exposing it. And that's part of why I turned some of it off, because I was like, oh, this is actually not reflective of reality. There's some spam here, or spammy behavior. So we got to work on that. When we feel like the data is high integrity, I think we'll be able to expose lots of different views. And I'm very curious to see what you do with, because I have some plugins that I'm curious to look at. I also have some stuff I currently have access to in the back end that's kind of cool that I think we could make publicly accessible. But yeah, I'd love to hear the results of your kind of conversations with users. So Thank you. All right, let's go over here.
Hi, Matt. My name is Hendrik. I want to make this short. Let's talk database for a second. WP Post and WP Options have been our rock for a lot of years now. And we've seen in the past few years several plugins go into their own data tables like WooCommerce or Yoast. So when can you see like a way of core modernizing the database structure and make it more performant and more modern? What do you think?
I would actually push back that creating lots of tables is more modern or more optimized. I think it's one of the big advantages we have over like the CCK system of Drupal or other things is that they get out of hand, right? People make a database table for everything, and then it makes it much harder to integrate different sorts of things that actually are the same. They could all be in the WP Post table, for example, with things like commenting or search or indexing or filtering. I think new tables should be rare and special. I also think that with, part of me wanting sites to be more dynamic is we need to bet on Moore's law. So let's not forget that the speed of processors, the transistors, everything is doubling every 18 months. And so, what used to be a performance issue now fits into RAM on a $2 a month server, you can switch to SQLite as the database backend, which we now officially support, and all the performance issues go away or something, because it's only a gigabyte of data. It's not like a terabyte. So I think there's a lot that can happen in an automated way. And actually, I was having a really interesting discussion at the sort of VIP Enterprise meetup last night about things we could actually do to maybe scan queries or rewrite some things on the fly, either to object cache or other kind of ways that, again, you don't need to necessarily create the new table to fix it. Because by the way, then when all the new tables, okay, what are the indices? What's happening with the table cache? There's so many things that happen where it's not always the best optimization. But I will then also say, talk to your doctor. Every site is different. And one of my favorite axioms of engineering is profile before you optimize. So we do this, I showed some of that for Gutenberg. Whatever your project is that you're working on, figure out a really good profile system. Profiling way to run it against things, because it's always humbling to learn where the actual bottlenecks are, and yeah, I see you nodding, so thank you. Thank you. Hey, how about over here?
Hi, my name is Birgit, and I'm currently the spearhead of the DIB working group. Last year at WordCamp Europe, I proposed a formal DIB team. Can we finally have a people and culture team to improve and be as a shared resource for all contributors? I get asked so often if we finally get some formal team that we can be more visible with our work.
Well, I'm happy to check out the proposal. I would say, one thing that comes to mind is that should be embedded to every single team, right? It's part of our doing the mentorship programs. It's part of literally everything we do. And so I don't want it to be just one team. And so I'd love to have some feedback on where it's doing well, but I'll have to read your proposal. I don't know if there's enough things contained in that question where I could say yes or no right now. Let's do a second one over here as well, because there's way more people on this side of the room than on this side. So,
hey, Matt, Adam. I love the idea of blueprints for the playground. By the way, in Drupal, they call them recipes. I like that name a lot.
Ooh.
But I wonder what you think about the idea of having something similar in core itself.
Well, Playground is kind of core itself. What would you mean by core itself?
I mean, I want to spin up an actual WordPress site, not a Playground temporary site, but I'm starting building my site, and I just want to start from a recipe.
Yeah, so in core, I want to make it really easy to go between Playground and core.
Yeah, I understand that part, but I just meant actually bringing that same system into core.
Well, think of it as maybe something that'll load in your browser in between.
Yeah.
So it's not really going out. It's just an intermediate step that allows us to do a lot of cool stuff in that sort of virtual machine that would be a little trickier to do on a heterogeneous hosting environment on a remote server. So yeah, totally, that's all going to be in core. And it's going to be kind of wild. And also just imagine like every single host in the world could have like a bunch of these recipes. By the way, thank you, Drupal. That's a great name. We'll give full credit. That sort of start things. And so, you know, particularly as plugins, you know, the 60,000 plugins are creating such unique experiences. So like, you know, start the Sensei recipe or the WP Job Manager or the, you know, whatever it is, like that create these like really unique things would be so cool. All right, over here.
Hey there, Matt. I'm Matteo again. We met on the after party. I'll be super fast. I hope again to see you also at this after party. The question for you today is this one. So I'm now a part of the meetup organization team of Milan. And I think that we are not alone. We use WordPress.com's platform to build our site. But since we don't want to invest for now money, or we don't have sponsors for now to cover that, we use a free plan that consider also advertisement. And that's understandable for, you know, a site for someone. But in case of a WordPress project, why don't provide at least a way to delete advertisement and provide a bit more of freedom to the person, to the people inside the WordPress project for building sites of about WordPress meetup, for example? What do you think about that?
Is Daniel here? Where's Daniel? Do you want to give a free creator plan to every WordPress meetup? All right, there you go. Now you have it. And you get a site, and you get a site, and you get. All right, I'm going to go really quick if we have 5 extra minutes because we just have, I think, 4 more questions. So I'll try to get through these really quickly, and then we'll get the organizers on stage, and you can hear where WordCamp's going to be next year. So let's do some quick ones to wrap it up.
Hello. Yeah. So hi, Matt. My name is Sumit Singh, and I'm actively involved in the core team and training team. And I have one question regarding the upcoming WordPress update. So is there any integration of the AI or automation future plan in future update? Like, you know, all the other CMS platform already done, like Wix, Squarespace, and others. So any update about the upcoming future on the WordPress AI things? Because everyone talking about the AI right now.
So my quick answer to the AI stuff is check out the WWDC presentation from Monday. I think we're in kind of a liminal period right now where these are like remote APIs you call. And there's some cool stuff where you can run these models like on your own servers, and there's some small models that actually run on device. But now it looks like the dominant UI for this is probably not going to be conversational or chat. And it will be embedded into browsers and operating systems in really, really cool ways. And I think Apple showed the most interesting version of that I've seen so far. I can't wait to see what Google and Microsoft and what everyone else does with this. Okay. And so I think some of these features that right now you would have to integrate with a proprietary service, which obviously we wouldn't do in core, will actually just kind of be built into the clients we all use to access WordPress. So the operating systems and browsers. So that would be my quick answer to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
it's
you.
Awesome.
Right over here. Oh, yeah.
Hi, Matt. My name is Jessica, and I'm a developer at Grade. And I was yesterday at the Speed Building Challenge on stage. Oh. My question for you is, when will you do a Speed Building Challenge?
Ooh. Jessica, was that a challenge? It felt like a challenge.
Yes,
Yes,
it was.
Is the gauntlet thrown? All right, let's do one. Matthias, you got to train me. This will be fun. And the cool thing about Speed Building Challenges is that everyone wins because everyone watching it will get to learn from what we do or what we get stuck on. So thank you, Jessica. That was really fun. Oh, there you are. All right, last question.
Yeah, a quick one for the last question. Torsten from the German community, my question is, if a plugin is permanently closed, there's no way to see it in the backend on the plugins page. And this is a huge security issue,
Oh, wow.
I think.
Huh.
So what do we do?
Yeah, we should fix that. Can we write that down? Yeah. So thank you for the bug report.
You're welcome.
It's nice to put the bug in front of 3,000 people when I'm on stage to get it fixed quickly. So we'll see how fast we can get that ticket going. Hey, I just want to say thank you, Torino. Mille grazie. This has been amazing. The community is amazing. You know, I took a short sabbatical this year of a few months, and I really, really missed y'all. So it's so good to be back, and I can't wait to see you later at the party. Bye-bye.
Okay, Matt, thank you very much, and I hope we all enjoyed it. All right, Matt, I have a gift for you. Open it. It's a special gift from Italy, and it will teach you something new. Just to get the idea, it's about learning the Italian gestures.
Is this how you break the spaghetti? Okay.
I'm not Italian. Okay, thank you. Big applause for Matt. Thank you. So, now we have come to the end. Just in a few seconds, the team will come to the stage. I just want to mention one more thing about the event tonight, the after party. It will start at 20:30. Bring your badge, otherwise there's no way for you to get access. It will last until 1 a.m. So bring in your badge and give a big applause to Wendy, Juan, and Takis.
Thank you so much. That is your place. All right. This is it. This is it. I am really, really sad that this is already over. I hope you had a good time. Did everybody have a good time?
Yay.
Have a clicker thing? All right. I am pretty convinced we had a great time. This is us. Because of the rain, we are inside. It's an amazing picture. Thank you all for being here. We are, as always, going to do some last-minute information.
Yeah, I always have to say lots of things in very few seconds. It's there. So, it's a lot of people. I've never talked with so many people here.
A lot of people, yeah.
A lot of people, like almost 3,000 tickets sold. More than 2,500 people have been here. It's way more than last year. 96 countries. We have a huge contributor day with 756 people. We have a social media reach of 20 million, 52 speakers, 8 workshops, the WordCamp Connect sessions, the wellness track, yoga, working tours, youth and teens workshop. We did, and you did, lots of things. Thank you.
Yeah, as we have been having in our last few years, we had our community booth and we asked people to place a dot on the map where they're from. And this year we had a little bit of a change. So we asked people to place a green dot if they are contributing in a way that is funded and sustainable for them, and place a red dot if they are contributing in a way that is not sustainable for them or that they are paying for themselves. And we wanted to share it because I think that we together as contributors and as users still have a lot of steps to take to make sure that WordPress can maintain and be sustainable. So we want to highlight this today as a takeaway so we can all have something to think about and work on.
All right. And so, Now we need to do some thank yous and some acknowledgements for making this amazing event actually happen. First of all, we'd like to thank the amazing venue of Lingotto Fiere that has hosted us, the excellent and very professional production pool team that took care of all the production aspects of this event, and the people from the Green Cross of Villa Stellone, their volunteers who helped keep us safe. Thank you so much. Keep going. Also, one last thank you to the European Parliament that gave us our patronage and endorsed our event, the City of Torino and the Office of Turismo Torino, who have been very, very helpful all along the way, all these months. Thank you so much. And here is a beautiful picture from last night, where the Mole Antonelliana, the amazing monument that is so iconic in Torino, was lit up in blue, especially for WordCamp Europe 2024. Thank you so much, Torino.
And of course, we have to thank our amazing sponsors, because without them, we couldn't do all of this. So thank you to our super admin sponsors, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and of course, our admin sponsors, Bluehost, Elementor, GoDaddy, Google, Group One, Hostinger, Ionos, SiteGround, Widos, Wiglot, WordPress.com, WordPress VIP, WP Engine, and Yoast. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you to our editor, our author, our Small Business Plus, our small business subscribers, everyone. Thank you for making this really possible. Thank you, thank you.
All right, and now for the people with who this would have not been possible, the people who've been working on this for the past year, the organizers, you can see them already around the room. We are going to call them up on stage. So the first team, the attendance services, is Euros, is Evelina, it's Lorenzo, it's Marietta, it's Alexandros, and it is Andrea. Please come up. Our next team, the budget team, Kel, Taze, Emma, Shestina, please come up on stage. Yeah, next team. Communications and PR team, Steve, Matt, Zinema, Jorge, Mike, Ali, Luca, Haster, Ruth, and Philippe. Please come up. Our community team, Lisa, Mateo, Ohaya, Hermera, Alexander, Ellie, Earl, Wahadi, and Lydia.
Our content team, Pier Mario, Andri, Luisa, Anshen, Emma, Marta, and Pascal, please come on the stage. Come on, people. We are going to fill this stage. Come on. Our design team, Lena, Evangelia, Leonidas, Milvidas, Sofia, Eleonora, Claudio, and Jessica, please come on the stage. Oh, you are here. Come on. There's room for everyone. Our IT and website team, Pascal, Fotis, Tom, Carlos, Enrico, and Giacomo. And of course, the local team of Torino, Laura, Gloria, Marco, and Cristiano. Thank you so much.
And the photography team, Costas, Anastasia, Nilo, Selena, Stefano. Stop making photos and come here. Our sponsors team, Angelo, Sanemike, Lucas, Isota, Marion, Mario, Sabina. And the amazing volunteers, Patricia, Fotis, Aida, Valerie, Carlos, Jose, Francesco, Sama, and Michelle.
Hey.
And we can organize all we want with these great people, but these days would be nothing without our volunteers. So please, all the volunteers who contributed the past few days, please come up and take your place in front of the stage. Give them a big applause.
Volunteers. In front of the stage, please. In front. Yeah. Thank you so much. Woohoo! Woohoo! All right. These people have been working for WordCamp Europe for 8 or 10 months this year, right? Contributing their time so well.
A moment for the photo.
Yep. I'm trying to fill in the empty.
Are all the
time.
photos
Yeah.
done? Thank you very much. All right, please, volunteers, organizers, take a seat. Thank you very much.
Because we need to make way. Thank you so much. And now, please slowly take your seats again for a big moment to come. Our moment, their moment, all of ours moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to keep your calm, because we might not.
We have 2 more things to share with you. And the first thing we would like to share is, can we have a clicker, is the new leads for next year, because we have been doing this for a year. It was amazing. Thank you. We are so grateful and happy and proud of all the things that we've achieved and we've done and the amazing experience we had. But it's time for the new leads to please step up on stage.
Come on. Steve.
Who are you? Steve, Euros, and Laura.
And Laura, come on, you. Hey, good luck.
You don't know what you've done. You don't know what you've done. I know. I made a mistake. I can give you my... Do you want to borrow this one? Because you're going to announce it first. You ready?
I'm the first. Okay, so this is the moment. Do you want to know where the WordCamp Europe 2025 will be? No. Okay, so we can go. The WordCamp Europe 2025 will be
Herzlich willkommen in Basel.
Bienvenue à Basilea.
Bienvenue à Bâle.
Benvenuti a Basilea.
Welcome to Basel. Welcome WordCamp Europe 2025 in Basel, Switzerland.
Okay, so yes, that's right. For next year's event, we're heading just over the mountains, behind Torino, all the way over to Basel in Switzerland between the 5th and 7th of June. We cannot wait to see you all there. We would also like to introduce our new local lead. Patricia Bourne-Doyle.
Hello, hello, and thank you so much. The Swiss community is excited to welcome you next year, 5 to 7 June, in Basel, Switzerland. Basel is nicknamed the heart of Europe and sits on a tri-border area between France, Germany, and Switzerland in a multilingual, multicultural, and multinational environment. Let me introduce some of the future local team members. Yeah, Michel Bullock. Woo! Pascal Birchler, also known as Swiss Speedy. Claudio Riemann. Philippe Zeder. Gina Bialas. Philippe Krebs, and watching from home, Nick Weiser and Sylvan Hagen. I want to thank them a lot because we have already been working on that for a few months. Thank you so much. At the end of these closing remarks, when you head out on the right side of the registration desk, you are going to have a taste of Basel, the taste of next year. You will find 500 pieces only of leckerlis, a specialty, a delicacy from Basel. So, so see you all next year. Are you excited? Will you be there? In the meantime, see you at the after party. Bring your badge. Grazie Torino. Ciao.
Euros?
So, one more thing, because we will need your help for organizing this event next year, and Call of Organizers is open and you can apply it right now. So please, we want so many applications.
But first, tonight, we have our after party. And in true Italian style, our theme this year is the cinema. And even better, we're throwing a massive pizza party. You will be able to enjoy loads of different pizzas, vegetarian options, gluten-free and lactose ones will be available as well. Everyone will obtain 2 tokens to get 2 free drinks. You must bring your badge or you will not be allowed in the venue. We will have quieter zones available and also the outdoor terrace. Some people might also know that tonight is the UEFA Euros when Italy is playing against Albania. And we will be showing this, as long as the Wi-Fi works, in the Red Room, Sala Rosa, at 9:30. However, so that our teams can get everything ready, in a few moments, please make your way out of the venue. The doors will reopen at 8:30 this evening. So once again, thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you next year in Basel.
And no badge, no party, please.
Finished?